Good morning. Good to see everyone here. Welcome to RBKC's Licensing Subcommittee, and thank you all for attending. This hearing is being live streamed. I'm Councillor Janet Evans, and I will be chairing this meeting. The committee for the hearing comprises Councillor Laura Burns, Councillor Abdullahi, and me. We are joined by Sharon Dyball from the Council's licensing team. Our legal officer, Lindsay Lemasurier. Also with us are our committee officers, Holly Weaver and Nima Mahudin. Before we start this case, just a few ground rules. Please keep your microphones on mute until you are invited to speak, because we only have ability for 2 mics to be on at the same time. And also, please speak into the microphone. Don't look at who you're speaking to, because then we don't hear it. And please make sure your phones are on silent. Thank you. The case before us today is to vary a license for McDonald's, 208 Earls Court Road. Now for declarations of interest. I confirm that I have no declaration of interest to make regarding this item. Do the other members have any declarations to make?
No declarations, Chair.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. For clarity, I'll briefly outline the procedure of the meeting, which has already been circulated with the papers. First, the licensing officer, Ms. Dyball, will give a brief outline of the application. Please, could you confirm your attendance?
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Then I will ask the applicant's legal advisor, Mr. Leo Sharalambides, to present his submission. He will have up to a maximum of 10 minutes to do so. He is joined by his client, Mr. Abel Campos, and their licensing consultant, Mr. Darrell Butterworth, who may be able to assist members should they have any questions. Please, could you all confirm your attendance?
Ma'am, yes, thank you. We're all here. Abel is to my right. I have my instructing solicitor, Kirsty Hughes, to my left. And then behind me, I do have Darrell Butterworth. And I've also got the area manager, Avril Clark. So they're all here to assist you if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Then questions may be asked of the applicant by members of the committee, the legal officer, the police, and the objectors. Next, the police, PC Ian Davis. How are you?
All well, Chair. Thank you very much. Got PC and Davis licensing. To my right, I've got Melanie Adams as RBKC enforcement as a witness, and also Inspector Baker Doyle as the SNC governor for Earls Court.
So you are joined by Greg Baker Doyle?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. The 2 witnesses from licensing enforcement, Colin, Harry, and Melanie. Melanie's here, and Colin is not attending. Is that correct?
No, unfortunately, he's unwell. He's
Okay.
unable to attend. Thank you.
Good. Please. Okay. Are there any other people on behalf of responsible authorities? No?
No.
Okay. Then questions may be asked of the police by the members of the committee, the legal officer, the applicant, and the objectors. Next, the supporter, Mr. Kieran Terry. Is he here?
No.
He's not here, okay. Are there any other supporters here?
Not today, thank you.
Not today, okay, he was speaking. Okay, so the questions, okay, let me just change that. Now the objectors. Governance, can you confirm who will be speaking, please? It changes every minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's my understanding that the following attendees are going to be speaking for the objectors. We've got Councillor Linda Wade, and she has Mr Khalid Aziz as her witness. Councillor Hamish Adurian, Jeremy Phillips, KC, who's been instructed by the Earls Court Society, Andrea Level, and then Francesco Zibolini is here for the Earls Court Society as well, and he will be reading a statement from registered objector Keith Clancy, who has been unable to attend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the objectors, well, everyone has up to 10 minutes to speak. As there are many objectors here today, the committee would request that the objectors organize themselves so that they do not repeat the same points to the committee. We've all read the objections that are contained in the papers. Please, could you all confirm your attendance? Those who are speaking. Councillor Wade, yeah.
Francesco Zibolini, I'm here.
I'm Andrea Level.
Thank you.
Jeremy Phillips,
Thank you.
for the Earls Court Society.
Councillor Hamish Adurian.
Right. So there should be 2 more. Who else?
Who's the 6th one?
Who is the 6th one? He's missing.
I'll just go through again. So Councillor Linda Wade, she's supported by Mr Aziz, who's her witness. They're just on the front row. Then, yeah, Councillor Durian, Jeremy Phillips, KC, Andrea Level, and Francesco Zibolini. I believe that's everybody.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Then questions may be asked of the objectors by members of the committee, the legal officer, and the applicant and the police. After this, we'll ask our legal officer, Ms. Lemercier, to deal with any questions she may have, and then she will lead on the draft conditions session. The list of potential conditions has been circulated to all of the parties prior to the hearing. Please, could you confirm your attendance?
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Then finally, we'll turn to the governance team to see if any issues have been raised that we need to consider. There will be no summing up, and the meeting will end. I would like to remind everyone that the committee has read the papers, which comprise the main pack and the additional submissions that have been circulated to the parties. So there is no need to repeat their content, but please do draw our attention to certain points and pages. Let's get going. Ms. Dyball, please can you outline the case for us and advise if there has been any additional documentation received?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As already stated, this application is to vary the licence for McDonald's, Earls Court Road. In addition to the main body of the report, there have been a number of additional documents. Would you like me to go through the additional documents, Chair? There are quite a few.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, starting on the 17th of November, there was a skeleton argument submitted on behalf of the Earls Court Society by Mr Phillips. A series of 10 photographs submitted by the objectors relating to the outside of McDonald's, the bike stand in Trebovia Road, and McDonald's litter seen around the area. Same day, there was a courier management plan circulated. A further submission from Brian Stevens. His initial representation is included at page 264 of the main bundle. There was an additional photograph submitted by Councillor Wade, again regarding litter. The following day, on the 18th, crime data was submitted and circulated, received from the police. A further 8 additional documents submitted by McDonald's, including statements from Daryl Butterworth, their consultant, a dispersal policy and some observation logs and other documents. On the 19th, 2 further observation logs and some signage that McDonald's are displaying for their couriers. Same day, 2 legal case reports were submitted by the objectors, and I believe this morning there were 3 additional photographs of bikes in Trebovia Road. Other than that, it's just the list of draft proposed conditions that was circulated yesterday. So those are the additional documents I have.
Thank you.
Moving on to the premises. So these premises have been licensed for many years, originally as a late night cafe licence under the London Local Authorities Act, which was then converted to a premises licence in 2005 when the Licensing Act came into effect. The original converted licence ran continuously until 2018 when the licensee at that time sadly passed away, at which point the licence lapsed. A new licence was sought and subsequently granted to the premises in March 2019, which was transferred to the current licensee in May 2023. The licence currently permits late night refreshment both indoors and outdoors from 11 p.m. until 2 a.m. each day, although it should be noted that there is no external licensed area for these premises, and outdoors in this instant refers to food and drink to take away. This application is seeking to vary the licence to permit late night refreshment from 11 until 5 a.m. each day, effectively allowing the premises to operate 24 hours per day, as no licence is required between the hours of 5 a.m. and 11 p.m. You have before you the application form, the dispersal policy, and the additional paper, which is the delivery plan. And the applicant has proposed a number of additional conditions if the committee is minded to grant this application, which are referred to in the officer's report starting on page 6 of the bound agenda. PC Davis has submitted a representation on behalf of the Metropolitan Police on the grounds of prevention of public nuisance, and this is summarised on page 11 of the bound agenda. He has proposed 3 additional conditions. A revised version of these has already been agreed with the Noise and Nuisance Officer. 166 representations have been received from local councillors, residents' associations and local residents, which are summarised in the report starting at page 13, and copies of these representations are included within the bundle at Appendix D. We've also received 2 representations in support of the application, subject to additional conditions being imposed, and details of these can be found on pages 18 and 19 of the bound agenda. We've included within the report details of complaints in the past 2 years and the temporary event notices, and these are included appendices F and G on pages 267 and 269. The Planning Department is a responsible authority under the Licensing Act, and although they've not made a formal representation, they have confirmed that planning permission granted in 1983 restricts the opening hours to between 8 a.m. and midnight, and that a certificate of lawfulness for the use of the premises 24 hours a day was rejected in 2024. If the committee is minded to grant the application, the planning officer advises that a further application would need to be made to the Planning Department to regularise the hours. Madam, I have nothing further to add at this stage, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, now for the applicant's case. Mr. Sharalambides, just to tell you, are you the only one speaking?
Yes.
Okay, because there are so many objectors speaking, we are going to allow you leeway if you need it on your time.
That's very kind.
Okay.
Just in terms of your procedure, Ma'am, is there an opportunity for amending the application? I thought I'd read in your procedure that before, after Sharon and before I open my case, there was an opportunity to amend the application. Can I briefly do that before I
I think so. I'll have our lawyer respond.
That's fine. I mean, the objectors may want to have a little mini adjournment if necessary to consider any amendment, but yeah, that's fine.
No.
Absolutely, and I did indicate that we were just doing some research and that I might do this, mainly to Sharon and Jeremy. But, Mum, I'd like to amend the application very slightly in the following way. We're still asking for late night refreshment until 5 a.m., but we would like to have a condition on it so that there'll be no delivery sales from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. The reason for that is so that we can explore the concerns of the residents and the responsible authorities. So we'll continue as we have been doing until 2 a.m. And then from 2 a.m. until 5 a.m., we propose that there be no delivery sales. In that time, what we will do, in order to be sort of very transparent, is that we will have a series of monthly temporary event notices over the weekend, subject, of course, to police and environmental health. We will have an independent consultant review what happens with a view to providing evidence for that. And then, if appropriate, we propose to reapply to look at whether or not delivery sales should be permitted in any 2 a.m. period onwards in the summer. And the reason for that is also in order to really lean into your developing statement of licensing policy, where from next year you propose to positively evaluate late night refreshments applications, and you are developing a policy which seeks to rejuvenate the nighttime economy and also to reach prime vibrancy. So I'm looking at making that amendment, which will be by way of condition. So in effect, if you choose to grant, there would be a condition that says there will be no delivery sales or services from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. So that is the proposed amendment. And I don't know if anyone, if you have any questions or people need a moment just to think about that and let that sink in.
I'll have our lawyer will respond.
So that just relates to the late night refreshment outdoors element, not the late night refreshment indoors element.
So it would be, the doors would be open for business, for footfall and passing traffic, but not for delivery riders or bikes or those orders. So you could walk in and get a takeaway. What you can't do is use the app and get one of the third-party delivery services to bring them to your home.
So just to be clear, so in terms of people, not delivery drivers, members of the public, footfall, they can come in and eat, which would be indoors, and they can come in, buy and take away, which would still be outdoors. So you're just restricting by condition the delivery driver bits, but not the football bits for outdoors. Okay, that's fine.
Exactly.
Does the... We'll see if they want to...
Yeah, objectors, do you have anything to say?
Madam, yes, if I may. Well, I'm surprised, given the length of time this application has been listed and all the comments that have been made, for this to have been raised right at the, not the doors of the hearing, but actually during the hearing itself. I think it's appalling and incredibly discourteous, if I may say, to all of the hundreds of people who've objected and the many, many people who've turned up here today. It's patently, I would say on behalf of my clients, the Earls Court Society, a device to seek to defuse the objections that have been made so that the committee might be minded to grant subject to that condition. And then obviously, as you've heard, and as Mr. Charalambidis has said, their plan is to seek to remove the condition if they can produce evidence over the period of time. I would question how, what a delivery sale is legally. That would be incredibly difficult to enforce by way of prosecution if one was minded to do that, or if that ever occurred. And I don't see also how one would be able to distinguish somebody coming in and buying an order for their family, maybe a large order, half a dozen people, and somebody coming in doing the same thing and then going out and then hopping on a bike and take it elsewhere. So it seems to me both disingenuous, really, in the approach they've adopted, and also unenforceable as a condition.
Would you like an adjournment so you can speak to your people?
If I can just take instructions. No, we're happy to carry on, Madam. Thank you.
We're taking on board what you say, but we will carry on.
Mom, thank you very much. There's certainly no intention to surprise or be discourteous, as you're well aware as an experienced licensing subcommittee, taking into account evidence and representations and the sort of wealth of passions that we have here takes time for matters to be processed, and it's very common to arrive at a hearing with minds focused, and very surprised what I hear from Mr. Phillips, because I think one of the big challenges that I have in presenting this case, but more importantly, perhaps you and your colleagues have, is these really exaggerated passions and misplaced passions. So, for example, in respect of the position I've put around delivery sales, you just switch the app off. It's not rocket science. It makes it very difficult for you and your colleagues to reach a determination when you have so much passion and yet so little evidence. And passion is very engaging, and in fact, it's very contagious. And in fact, Mr. Phillips has fallen foul of this contagion. And so, as he's a fellow lawyer, I'm very happy to use him as an example of what not to do in licensing hearings. So you would have perhaps been as surprised as me to read in his skeleton argument at paragraph 30 of what he calls, wrongly, the surprising failure of environmental health. And that's quite staggering to read, but it's what happens when you let passions overtake your thinking. In the reality, your paperwork demonstrates the very conscientious and professional engagement of environmental health. As is made clear in your statement of licensing policy at page 48, the relevant environmental health officer is your noise and nuisance team. That is Matt Mallory. He is your principal noise and nuisance officer. At pages 39 to 43, he thoroughly engages with this application quite robustly, and there is a great deal of communication between him and the applicant. And you'll see in his email the extent to which he considers the application. He grapples with it. There is toing and froing, and he is satisfied that he can suggest robust conditions which will satisfy him as to his principal concern, which is, of course, the delivery drivers. So rather than a surprising failure on the part of one of your officers, you have conscientious professional engagement. But when you get sidetracked by passion, you make exactly the mistakes that Jeremy Phillips has made. So I'd advise you and encourage you not to follow his wrong approach. And of course, the representations, having much to commend them, and we've certainly listened to them, are also quite unpleasant. And it must be very difficult for you and your colleagues to find at page 251 that some sectors of the community are warning you against what are described as a lower class of clientele. The way in which, that's page 251, the way in which on page 127 you're warned against drug addicts, drug dealers and delivery people. I think that kind of language is really unfortunate and demonstrates why passion is not good evidence, as well as the multiple references, for example, page 123 of bad people, unsavoury people at page 99, and thugs at page 75. The way in which this area is described as a dumping ground, the way in which civil society is seeking to dump together social housing, asylum seekers and fast food outlets. That's very difficult to read. It's very difficult to read for my client. Abel, who sits next to me, started working at McDonald's in 1993 as a 17-year-old. He worked in McDonald's part-time. They supported him to get an education. He eventually rose to become the director of franchising for the UK and Ireland. He became a franchisee in 2021. He now operates 14 stores, employing 900 people. We do not consider that the clientele that come to our area are somehow lower class. We do not consider ourselves to be dumbing down. We do not consider ourselves to be antisocial, and we do not consider ourselves to be irresponsible members of the food and nighttime economy. In fact, whether you're a vulnerable person or a well-off person, you're just as valuable to us and are welcome in our stores. We prefer real evidence rather than passion, and that's why I take some time to explore that. Despite the difficulties we have with some of these representations, we invite you to follow the established legal principles and cut through the passion and unpleasantness and not get caught in the drama by reminding yourselves that this is actually a rather dry legal regulatory regime. There are rules, and the rules and the guidance state that we don't speculate, we don't follow fears, but we follow actual and real evidence. And the High Court case of Thwaites makes that clear. What we're looking for is something that's credible and reliable. What we're looking for is relevant representations. The learned editors of Patterson's at the bottom of page 382 to 383 remind us that what we're looking at is the likely effects. These must be likely on the promotion of the licensing objectives and not generalised objections and fears. And luckily here, you have two responsible authorities that are advising you. You've got your Environmental Health Service, who are concerned principally about dispersal and couriers, and they've been satisfied. As you know, paragraph 9.12 of the section 182 guidance tells you that they're the experts. So when it comes to antisocial behaviour, environmental concerns, and so on, they are satisfied. And the guidance tells you that you should follow those experts, as indeed does the High Court. So, in effect, rather than a surprising failure, you have an endorsement from your relevant environmental health officer, the noise and nuisance team. And similarly, the police make very limited representations, and their concern is over delivery drivers and their conduct. We're able to ring-fence that through the suggestions that I've made, and we've put forward a plan very openly to test this. Are the fears of the local residents right, or can they be addressed? So we've proposed a plan to do that. And equally, the police endorse the same delivery concerns. They have helpfully set out some information around crime and disorder in the area. You'll have observed that of the over 50 items they raise, the vast majority of them, I think some 43 of them, relate to daytime activities. Of the remaining 7, to deal with cars, to deal with residential premises. So in effect, the police evidence is that insofar as crime and disorder is concerned, they have only a handful of concerns. What I would commend to you is you also have other responsible authorities. You have the summary of concerns on page 267, which revolve around litter, waste, and not just around McDonald's, but about the wider picture. You also have the temporary event notices. So on multiple occasions, both Environmental Health and the police have been happy to allow for late night refreshments. We have also the evidence from a retired police officer, the licensing expert that you're able to rely on, and actually the emerging picture from your own statement of licensing policy, which seeks to rejuvenate the area, to examine TENS and develop and promote robust delivery policies and testing. And I would also commend to you the approach taken by your two colleagues, Councillor Wade and Councillors Adorian. I agree with them that it's the licensing objectives that are relevant. And also I'm reminded, partly from their own representations, that paragraph 1.5 of the section 182 guidance reminds you that there are key aims and purposes that are vitally important and are principal aims for you in licensing. Of course, community involvement is one, but also minimising the regulatory burden and supporting responsible premises. And I'm going to say to you that all the evidence points to the fact that this McDonald's in this location is indeed a responsible premises, because there are no enforcement, no complaints, no criticism of its operating systems. And in fact, the question for you is, if we grant this late night refreshment permission as requested, can this operator be trusted to operate into the nighttime economy? Ever reminding ourselves, of course, that paragraph 14.13 states that licensing is not the primary mechanism for general concerns, and effectively what you're faced with is a lot of general concerns, albeit some of them are exaggerated and unpleasantly phrased, of antisocial behaviour and nuisance beyond the area. So what we have from your colleagues is encouragement to cooperate. We agree with them. Encouragement for litter picks, we agree with them. Security monitoring, we agree with them. Deliveries to the premises, not after midnight, we agree with them. CCTV upbeat notices, CCTV music, no upbeat music and so on, we agree with them. So in effect, we agree with the approach taken by your colleagues, because we are responsible operators. It is demonstrated by our commitment to the conditions. Those conditions are what we already do, although we're not required to do so. I'm very conscious of time, and even though I would want to go through each of those conditions, perhaps I won't, because I think we've got an opportunity to do that later. But in effect, my client is in full agreement with those conditions and the approach from your colleagues. I'll just say this to finish, that we are socially engaged. Each of our franchisees is encouraged to do sponsorship, a wide range of litter picks, and I'll answer any questions that you have about that. We are involved in the bids. We are quite excited about the idea that there might be a bid for Earls Court. We do work with the police and local authorities to have our premises act as safe havens, and we do encourage regular engagement. So even though I've not had a chance to deal with our operating schedule and our conditions, I'll do that later and or in the questions. What you have is a very responsible operator who's established, that is trusted to operate in the nighttime economy, that can work in the nighttime economy, and is offering both you and local residents a way of moving forward where we can test the proposal and do so, and if found that the risks don't materialise, we can come back to you probably in about a year's time and look at it further. So we see this as the start of a conversation rather than the end of the conversation. I know that we have the franchise for it's some 20 years, so we're here to stay, the neighbours are here to stay, and we want to sort of move forward well and with open dialogue. So I commend the application as amended to you. Thank you all for the extra time, it's much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Now we will start with questions from the committee. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions. So with the SIA security staff, you sort of, in the pack, I think on page 36, there's sort of, you would have a door supervisor will be employed at the premises when required in accordance to written assessment. Can you give me more detail? What would you think would require you to have such?
So, Ma'am, absolutely. The obvious example in this area is football days. So we have no licensable activities happening during the day, but as part of our engagement with the police and the council, we obviously recognise that we have the need for SIA. Our experience of this store and through our TENS is that we've tended not to need SIAs, so we consider whether they might be needed around bank holiday weekends, for example, Halloween weekends, the lead up to Christmas and so on, when it might get busy. But generally we find that they don't need it, but they are kept under constant risk assessment. And so that's an example of how they operate. And safety and security is also augmented by CCTV, staff safe and training and so on. And I'm happy to go into any of those aspects if you need to.
Thank you. Just on sort of, because of the times that we're looking at, after 2 to 5 a.m., my initial thought would be maybe you'll get some people that might be a bit tipsy because they've been out partying or somewhere before, perhaps, as well as obviously night workers. But how would you manage that if it's, because that can happen maybe on the weekend or it could happen midweek. So at what point do you envisage having the SIA security to, and what would they do to sort of stop any, I guess, unwanted behaviour from perhaps tipsy people, let's put it that way?
Sure. So if I could deal with SIA first and then deal with the other security measures we have. Up until now, we've generally not needed SIA in the nighttime economy. So we would prefer for the matter to be risk assessed. If that concern is, and I think it is a legitimate concern and a legitimate question, what we'd invite you to do is, if you choose to grant the licence after 2 a.m, to put in a requirement that there must be a minimum of 1 SIA after 2 a.m. until 5 a.m. I should say that if that might be the minimum wording of the condition, but the practical effect is you can't hire someone for 3 hours. So what it will mean is that there'll be someone on shift from around 10 p.m. until 5 p.m. So if that were to be the case. So in terms of wider security, we have 24/7 CCTV cameras. They operate internally and the immediate area externally. You'll have seen reference in our operating schedule to MABO training. That's from the lowest levels to the highest levels. There's a continuing program of training to de-escalate conflict. I was amused and rather pleased to see that one of your local councillors said no upbeat music. That is a policy that we operate throughout the estate. What we have found, and I always find it very sad to say this, is that if we turn on classical music, it turns people off and turns them out. So we agree with the councillor that there is no upbeat music. So very small things like the control of the music, the type of music makes an impact, as does whether or not we have the Wi-Fi. So we can turn off the Wi-Fi, we can turn off the free charging points, and this has a particular impact. We're able to open or close additional seating areas in order to control people. And we also have Staff Safe, which is an audio-visual monitoring unit where if it's activated in a store, an external audio-visual representative is able to take over the internal tannoy and say, you know, you there not listening, look up, and that sort of direct address in a store has the effect of dealing with security. I think it was Councillor Evans that raised the example of antisocial behaviour in the store because of the quality of our CCTV and the system of recording. If any of that is made by way a further complaint to us or to or to the police, we're able to download CCTV, we're able to give that to the police. I don't think we've had any examples of requests where that has been needed. So this is the suite that tends to answer those security concerns. And when operated together, you know, the bright lights and so on, people don't tend to behave in ways that are grossly antisocial or of concern.
Thank you. And just on that, over the last, I don't know, few years, have you had many, could you give me more detail? Have there been any sort of issues that have used Staff Safe, or have there been any sort of reported crimes? And is there a time frame that it's more likely to happen in your experience?
So very generally, someone can tell me how often we've used Staff Safe, if at all, while I talk, but very generally what we tend to find actually is that disorder doesn't happen so much during licensable activity hours. We'll tend to find it around the lunchtime peak, an after-school peak, or an early morning peak. So we'll work with the police during those times. I'm sure my police colleagues will answer you if they've had any engagement. Since this franchisee has had the store in 2023, there's not been any serious engagements or requirements to work with the police. I think we've called them out when there's been I think someone's attacked one of our windows, but that's no different from the residents that call them out because their cars get attacked, where we have been a victim of crime, but not a source of crime. So my answer to that is generally no, and I don't think I'm getting an indication that we've not had to use Staff Safe.
Could you turn on your microphone, please?
We've used Staff Safe 14 times since 2024. So over 365 yearly operation, just 14 times. So it puts things in context.
Can I have a bit more detail of what was that for, just so I have an idea?
Oh, I'm going to pass over to Avril, who'll be able to. I don't know if the records have that in.
So some of the times that we've activated Staff Safe is already correlated with the log that the police have submitted, because our Staff Safe is linked to CCTV, who have the ability to call the police if they deem it necessarily. So a customer exiting the restaurant punched the display screen, Staff Safe was activated, police attended, the individual was arrested. So it can be anything from the store was closed, customer tried to get in, kicked the door, Again, Staff Safe activated, police came, took the individual away.
What time of the day was that? Or night?
If I'm looking at the 14 times that we've looked, if you have to give me a minute to... The one that happened early in the morning was 3:33. So the staff member arrives between 3:30, 4 o'clock to open up. And the other one where they was leaving, I believe, is on the police report. At 7:30 in the evening.
Councillor Noor?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is, what measures will you implement to prevent noise disturbances outdoors during the late hours? And how will you address the phone noise complaint that has been received for the last 24 months?
So, Councillor, I think in terms of impact, I think the conditions that are in the sort of very helpful document prepared by your legal team, conditions numbers, yeah, here we are. They start at page sort of numbers 13, 14, 15 and 16 deal with the potential impact, and particularly of people as they leave. So we've also included a dispersal plan, and there is also the courier plan. Otherwise, plant and so on is dealt with by environmental health and planning, and they've been dealt with. And as we all know, beyond the immediate vicinity of the premises, we can't be responsible for policing people's behaviour. But in terms of our patch of responsibility, then we're doing all that we can. And your environmental health officers haven't suggested anything further. So the application today is an opportunity to take a licence which doesn't have any conditions and in fact put these conditions on so our existing practice just becomes enforceable.
Thank you. I mean, as we've seen the back, the police have submitted crime data. What steps will you take to mitigate the risk of unsocial behavior in the future?
So, sir, yes. The conditions taken together and the way that we operate in my submission lead to the fact that we operate well and we don't require the police or will have an adverse impact. In fact, I'd say there'd be many benefits to being open late at night. But as you can see from the conditions suggested by, well, not suggested, but drawn from our operating schedule, we've got logs, we've got CCTV, staff training, SIA risk assessment, proactive monitoring, staff safe, I'm sure we'll talk about the litter picks and so on. And taken together, all of these kind of meet our responsibility because as the guidance says, no operator can be responsible for general antisocial behaviour and so on. That really is a matter for policing. And even if we look at the details provided by the police, I'll just get the table up. Here you go, there's a post-it note. Oh. So, of sort of crime and disorder, the 48 out of the 55 relate to non-licensable activities. Of those that are remaining, 4 relate to cars or buildings that are not related to McDonald's. 1 relates to an assault in an ambulance. And so, despite the sort of concerns, and I think there are challenges in the area. We're not disagreeing with that, but the challenges and the responsibility of McDonald's can be addressed by conditions. The rest, of course, we leave to your police officers and other features. So I'm really open to any suggestions. Is there anything more that McDonald's could be doing? We're very happy to think about that, because we really believe that these hearings are an opportunity to have a discussion and even think outside the box where appropriate to find solutions. But we've got to get conditions which are both proportionate and feasible for the store to do.
Thank you. Chair, my last question is, you had in the last year 19 temporary events. What lessons you have learned? Because in your submission, you indicated you hope to review in terms of the cutting the hours 2 to 5 over the next early years. What lesson have you learned those things you have in the past?
So for example, we learned that SIA isn't needed because we don't have issues or challenges. So that was an interesting takeaway. We've learned that we're not nearly as busy as people assume. And actually, a question I always get asked at these hearings, though not yet, is, well, why do you need 24-hour opening? And I will stress, just take a brief moment to answer that. There is obviously a business case, but people are always very surprised to hear that the business case isn't the primary consideration. And I think Avril alluded to this, that when you open at 5 or you close at 2, it effectively means that staff are leaving at these antisocial hours. So what staff prefer is to either be on the night shift that ends at 10 or 11, then for them to be on a shift that's the late night, early morning shift and leave for work at 4 or 5. So it makes staffing and the lives of our employees that much more manageable and bearable. It also makes it safer because we're not turning them out into the nighttime economy. So staff welfare is really important. Secondly, it allows for us to limit our environmental impact, because switching on and off means that we are able, that it has a greater impact. And it also means that in terms of regulation, like cleaning, the requests around jet washing, training and so on can be done during those quiet times. So what we find is that we're not nearly as busy as people think, and that we've got the freedom to engage in regulatory activities like cleaning, like monitoring, like providing a safe haven during the nighttime economy, like providing accessible toilets during the nighttime economy, which have these wider benefits that promote the licensing objectives, promote a better society, rejuvenate the nighttime economy, as is part of your developing policy, and can have a positive impact, which it does, which is why so much of the McDonald's estate now across England and Wales does indeed operate 24 hours a day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us what is your target market from 2 till 5?
Well, you can see them. It's our local residents, people that live nearby. You're well served by a nighttime offering in the nighttime economy. The reality is that whether it's walk-ins, it'll be people that live locally. Even if it's passing trade, it's people that are already in your nighttime economy. And even deliveries, because any delivery, whether it's this store or any other, needs to get to your home hot. So it will be from the surrounding areas. So I know there's a lot of criticism that we are a faceless multinational corporation, but that couldn't be further from the truth. We're local businesses that serve a local clientele, that employ local people and plug themselves very much into the the locality that they're located in. It just happens that they're an internationally recognised brand, but they do operate locally.
Okay, but are you getting people who work shifts? That I'm asking that, really.
So, yes, there are some shift workers and night workers, and I know you often get that in these applications, but we tend to find that that's relatively low. As I said, the benefits of 24-hour opening are to our staff, to our to the environmental commitment, and indeed our internal operations. The clients that come to eat at the store tend to be locally, and that will include some shift workers and night workers.
Okay. Now, can you, let's deal with the issues that surround your premises and other premises that are open late. First of all, how are you proactive? Are you engaging at all to prevent problems with delivery drivers and rubbish?
I'll deal with that in two parts. I'll deal with delivery drivers first, and then I'll deal with litter and refuse and waste. So, like everyone, COVID surprised us all with delivery drivers, and it's now, of course, become a feature of our day and nighttime economy. So local authorities are struggling and scrabbling to create parking bays, controls where the licensed drivers must be, where they're located, and that's part of the bigger picture. With us, what we're able to do is switch the app off. So, for example, when Mr. Phillip asks how will the compromise that I've suggested for testing work, we just won't come up on there on the delivery factors. So the way deliveries work is that drivers are discouraged from milling around because we're able to geofence particular areas, so that if you're in a particular area, the app gets switched off for everyone in that area, so they won't receive an order. So that discourages them from loitering. We also have even our smallest stores are configured so that there's a separate area for the drivers to come in. They prefer to come in because it's quicker for them. So they're discouraged from idling outside. They're encouraged to come in. We, of course, let them use the toilet facilities and so on. I know there are issues around identification, but if there are specific concerns about any individuals, so if a person complains to the third-party delivery service about a particular delivery driver, and that is then escalated, we are able to ban and block those individuals. We are able to monitor. Of course, we can't turn on our own CCTV into the public realm because that would be data protection breaches. What we've also noticed, and it's in the report by Daryl Butterworth, is during those quieter hours, drivers are quieter in that they're able to get in and out a lot more quickly. I know there's a lot of concerns about idling drivers, and it may well be during the day, which is when most of the local residents are able to see the drivers. I think it's one of your local residents, I forget the page numbers, that says, mostly I'm going to be asleep, so I won't see the impact. During the day, there is a glut of delivery drivers. They do clog the roads. There's more drivers than there are deliveries. But at night, the unsociable hours themselves limit the amount of drivers they have. So they want to be quick, they want to get in, they want to get out, and they move on. So circumstances and controls have that effect. So we tend to find that as it gets later, the impact, in fact, lessens. And that is already been demonstrated, for example, in the observation logs by Daryl Butterworth that you have. And if able to undertake the exercise that I'm proposing, maybe in the future you'll see more evidence of that. I think I've exhausted that. In terms of litter, we completely agree with local residents that litter is unsightly, it's antisocial. We don't like it as much as the residents. It paints us in a bad picture, it paints our local communities in a bad picture, and we don't like it. Since the 80s, we've worked with the Department of the Environment to pioneer what can be done about litter. So in the past, you will have seen bin it campaigns. As things move forward, we've developed the recycling campaigns. We moved from plastics to recyclable materials and so on. So we will work with local authorities to put bins on the streets. This sounds a lot easier than it is, because putting bins on the streets means highways, planning, and of course terrorism prevention. So our good intentions are often thwarted by other good intentions. But insofar as we can get through that red tape, we will work with local authorities to have bins in the surrounding areas. We then get the problem of, well, the council don't collect the bins. And then the council respond with, well, we don't have any money for bin anymore. So there you go. The next thing that we do is that we do litter picks, because as I said, we don't like litter in the area, so we will work with litter picks. What we do is we recognise that both the guidance and the law says that there is a there's a fine line. When I'm in the store, I can be watched. When I'm at the door of the store, I can be watched. If I decide to walk to a local bus stop or a local park and behave in an antisocial behaviour manner, that's on me, not on local businesses. And we shouldn't close and blight responsible businesses because certain individuals are antisocial. But we do litter picks, so we try and do a minimum of 4 a day. Generally speaking, the rule of thumb is that we do them at sunrise to sunset. And the reason we have that rule is that when it gets dark, staff safety, insurance and risk assessment means that it could be unsafe for people to be going into the wider area. We are nonetheless open to those risk assessments, and it does mean that beyond our immediate curtilage, if it's risk assessed, if it's safe and if it's covered by insurance, we will go out later into the nighttime economy. But we do find that by sunrise we can get out and we clean the area. If you look at the map, which is on page 303, Appendix K. What we do is we do the immediate area to the front. We don't go into the front of Earl's Court or other areas because that's already covered by the station. And we go left up Trebovoir Road and down again. And we collect all litter, not just McDonald's litter. And that is the policy on our for all the estate across the country. We also work with local community groups and local councillors. We do a number of Love Where You Live campaigns. So we do litter picks in local parks, local areas, work with local schools as a way of promoting the idea of just use the bin, take your rubbish home. And so any of the residents' associations that are around are welcome to join those litter picks and campaigns, or invite us to work with them to host litter picking in the area in order to highlight that concern. So that briefly is what we do. And as I said earlier, we are very open to creative suggestions that can in fact be implemented, whether they come from the responsible authorities or from civil societies. So like I said, we do our part to address an issue that is far bigger than just us.
Thank you, but we will discuss those conditions in the conditions session. I would like input from the objectors. Have you engaged with the local residents authority? Residents organization?
No. I think there was an email a very brief email exchange with Councillor Evans back in July, but other than that, we've not had any engagement.
Do you mean Councillor Wade?
I think you mean Councillor Wade, because you keep saying Councillor Evans, that's me.
I do keep saying Councillor Evans, you're absolutely
and
right.
I haven't done any of the things you accuse me of.
I'm really sorry, it's Councillor Wade. What's really embarrassing is I have a post-it note reminding me of everyone's names in front of me, and I've clearly failed to read this. So apologies, Councillor Wade. I think there was an email exchange, but nothing further back on the 17th of July. We are very happy to host resident meetings and councillor meetings. Our bitter experience is that we set these up and no one attends, but we are really happy to have engagement moving forward.
Councillors, do you have any further questions?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just going back to you had a few tens, and so you kind of mentioned that there's less people than one would assume. What was your sort of average footfall, I guess, per hour during those night time, so between 2 and 5? What's your average during the tens?
I guess the best answer would be to look at Mr. Butterworth's statement, because it's his most recent observations. So, for example, on his visit in August between so from 1 o'clock he's counted pedestrians, some 14 people tried to enter McDonald's. He notes between 3 and 4, 12 customers are in Burger King, 11 mopeds, 104 pedestrians and 304 vehicles. So it gives you a sense of just how many people go to these quick service restaurants, how many mopeds compared to, you know, footfall and vehicles. And in terms of the...
I just want to know your figures, really. So, like, how many people came in to McDonald's during those times? So, how many purchases are there? Maybe an hour per hour, if that's easier. I'm not sure. Or between 2 and 5, just so I have an idea, roughly. I just like to know.
20 an hour. During a tens, it's roughly 20 persons an hour.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm a bit confused. I know when I think licensing said something about breaching a planning thing. I don't know who to ask about this, but I just want a bit more detail on that. So I don't know, are you aware of that, or what is that?
So, absolutely, there's...
Sorry, I wasn't sure who to ask.
We're not discussing planning here, they're separate. He can answer if he
just
wants
because
to.
it's in the pack.
Yes, it
all.
is.
Yeah.
But it's a separate entity.
Councillor Evans is correct. So it is a separate regime that runs parallel. There is discussion in the paperwork, particularly around whether there's a condition that goes back to 1983, which says that the opening hours of the premises should be 8 till midnight. We're investigating that along with planning because it seems that there is, in fact, there was that condition in 83 that has since been discharged, so there is no limitation on the planning hours, but that does need further investigation. What I can tell you is that that's been prioritised. At the moment, it's certainly clear that we can open from 5 a.m. until 2 a.m. and whatever happens with this premises licence for late night refreshments, even if you grant 2 a.m. until 5 a.m. in the way that I've suggested, it won't in fact operate until and unless the planning situation has been clarified with the planning colleagues in the council.
That was really just for clarity because it was in the pack. And then, so going back just to the litter, so you would be happy for more sort of inspections because in the submission somewhere it says like 3 times a day, but you would be happy to do more.
As I've said, we are happy to do more. So depending on It's always kept under risk assessment. So in one part, if I seem reluctant for a condition, it's not that I don't want a condition or that we won't litter pick. It's in order to maintain flexibility. So for example, you could fix times and a map and a route, which might be very helpful, but that doesn't necessarily encourage how we use and focus our resources. So the current area that we litter pick along is the one that we find is most effective. But if as a result of our the proposed call-out number we have concerns about specific areas, we always adapt to that, up to and including employing people whose sole responsibility is actually just litter picking. So that's very much an ongoing risk assessments that all stores do, and certainly all of Abel's 14 stores do at a given time. So we're very committed to the principle and encourage a flexible wording so that we can have a flexible response to needs as they arise and develop. So for example, if you had a time where it meant that our litter picks would be, you know, during the football chaos, we just wouldn't put our people under that risk. But for us, you know, after a football match where we know there's going to be an increase in litter because of the antisocial behaviour, then we're more likely to send people out after that.
Thank you. Just one more and then I'm done. So on the, I don't know if it's called the crime chart, is it crime reference, is that all McDonald's related, this one here? Okay. All right. Yes, he nodded. He nodded. Okay.
Don't entirely accept that. So, for example, the assault of a person in the back of the ambulance didn't happen in McDonald's, it happened in the ambulance. I've not been able to test the evidence to confirm whether or not. All we know is that McDonald's might have been mentioned in that. There were 2 cars, for example, attacked. You'll know there's a red route, so there's no parking outside of McDonald's. I don't know what the connection is. So it's a much more nuanced picture. I'm grateful for the submissions, but I do not for a moment accept that reflects crime and disorder directly associated with McDonald's, merely that it is mentioned. And so we'd need a far more forensic exercise in order to reach that conclusion.
Thank you for that. I think we will deal with that because the police is presenting their case next. It would be more appropriate that we ask them.
Okay, thank you. Any more?
Councillor Noor?
I mean, this has been asked by Councillor Barnes, but I just want to get the clarity. This is the late hours, 2 to 5. Can you confirm those 3 nights, Thursday to Saturday, you'll have security?
So I'm very happy that given that we operate until 2 a.m. and we don't need security, insofar as a condition is concerned, if you were to grant, with no delivery sales, the premises license until 5 a.m. and you wanted to make it a condition that there must be a security between 2 and 5, I would agree to that. And what I would say is the practical effect of that condition is that we would end up having a security presence there from at least 11 until 5, because that's the shift that you have to hire them for.
One moment, please. Now, does our legal officer have any questions for the applicant?
No questions as such, and obviously I'll wait till the draft conditions. I just want to clarify. So you've agreed to amend the condition agree to amend the application with a condition that between 2 and 5 there'll be no delivery drivers. And you've also suggested that if the application is granted till 5, then you are willing to have a minimum of 1 SIA on duty from 2 till 5, but in reality it will be longer, Monday to Sunday. Is that correct? Yes. All week.
I think the condition, for clarity, and I'm happy to explore this in greater detail, but no delivery sales or services from 2 until 5.
What do we mean by services?
It just means the app gets switched off. So I just think there's that little clarity. Or it might, when we get a gap, I will look at your statement of licensing policy, because I think there are some definitions in there, so maybe it's best to adopt those. But maybe when we talk about conditions, we can come back to that. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the police?
No questions, Chair.
Okay. Any questions from the objectors? A question, questions only.
Yes, I have a question. The question is related to the reports from Mr. Darrell Butterworth. Because
Can you tell your name, please?
Francesco Zibellini.
Okay.
Thank you. So the report from Mr. Darrell Butterworth is based on observations that he did on 3 Saturdays. Now, I was wondering why Saturdays were chosen, because actually it seems to me that instead of analyzing or reporting what happened during the week, you just choose the Saturdays. Saturdays are days in which, by definition, the area is much more busy, which means that it's very hard to distinguish what is due in positive or negative terms to a specific premise. It's very hard to distinguish simply because you have many people around. Where you could see what is the difference if you make this analysis from Monday to Thursday, or Friday including, probably not even Friday, but certainly not Saturdays. So my question is, again, why did you choose only Saturdays?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mumps, you'll no doubt be very familiar that when you do TENS and you want to assess an impact, you try and get a weekend around a bank holiday or Christmas or New Year's Eve, and what you're basically doing is getting the fullest impact so you can see what it might be at its worst in quotation marks. Of course here, because we're investigating the impact of the nighttime economy, it makes more sense to operate on Saturday because it's more likely to have footfall, deliveries, revelers and so on. So you're seeing what its impact is at the greatest. Based on Darrell Butterworth's report, if we think about that and apply his conclusions to during the week, what we're effectively would be seeing is that the nighttime economy would be quieter, and consequently there'd probably be less orders at night, less need for deliveries. So the impact during the week would be far, far less, and in fact, taking that conclusion to its extreme, you'd be encouraged to grant later hours during the week and perhaps less so during the week. So Saturdays is the optimal time for this investigation, and it really reflects established practice.
Councillor Wade?
Thank you, Chair.
A question.
I have several questions. Out of the 30 venues that were listed in Mr. Butterworth's report, only 12 have takeaway services, and also they're different times of closure. So I'd like to ask how relevant you think that it was to mention the others in this application.
Ma'am, it's very relevant. As you know, the High Court the Court of Appeal tells you in Hope and Glory that deciding what conditions, if any, is really a matter of valuation as well as judgment, and it's down to the specific location. So the more information about the location that you and your colleagues have to supplement your own local knowledge, the better for you. So it's very much following the Court of Appeal's guidance.
All right. I mean, the reason why I raised that is if you actually looked at the times of closures of some of these businesses, they actually are either 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the main. Therefore, then it actually demonstrates that a 2 a.m. is actually in excess of the majority of the takeaway facilities in the area, because you've mentioned hotels, you've mentioned pubs, you've mentioned candy stores, but actually that's not relevant to your business, because actually only 12 of them have takeaways, and many of them actually finish before midnight, if you include pubs. So I would also, because one of the problems that we have is since COVID, we have difference in working patterns. And so Thursday night effectively has become like a Friday night. So there has actually been a change in how people go out, go to the pub, meet friends, and then go for a late night. Now, I would have liked to have seen assessments on Thursday night, primarily because there are no late night trains, and any people leaving to seek public late night transport have to go down Trebovia Road into Warwick Road. So I would have liked to have seen that. I'm deeply concerned about the dispersal, and the reason for it being is there appear to be gaps. It's not specific.
Councillor Wade, you'll have a chance to
I'm just
present.
getting to the point. I would have liked
We need to have a question.
I would have liked to have seen
It's a questioning
more
session
detail on Trebovia Road, Kenway Road, and Earls Court Gardens, because what happens is, and relates to rubbish, people get a takeaway, they walk along the road.
I'm cutting you off, Councillor Wade, because
No,
all you can do now, objectors can ask questions. You'll have your chance to present.
What I'm trying to get at is the dispersal policy is incomplete because it doesn't actually acknowledge the realities of the area.
Where
And
is
so
your question, Councillor Wade?
You have the McDonald's, but actually people are, I would dispute the monitoring of Trebovia Road so at night. So can you give us any more detail on that?
Yes, I think, Councillor, there are three broad questions. The first is about the premises in the report, and you're absolutely right. If this licence is granted, we will be one of very few premises that are open until 5 a.m. and certainly one of very few after 2. But the other premises are all there for context, for the nighttime economy, particularly in a climate where you as a council, are developing a policy around rejuvenating the nighttime economy, including here in Earls Court. The second question about 10s for Thursdays or Fridays, I will take that away, and insofar as we're moving forward, and as I've said, we're here for some time, we're going to explore these. So whatever happens today, the 10s moving forward, we will apply for some on Thursdays and Fridays, so we get some further data. But in answer to our colleague's question earlier, I think the data on the Saturday is good for that. In terms of the dispersal policy, it does get more vague the further away it gets from the premises, because we can do that much less the further away you get from the policy, and that includes both dispersal and litter picks. But these are all living documents that are kept under review.
I would also like to know about whether you're going to, haven't mentioned whether you'd permit the bikers to have access to the lavatories. So I would like to know the time that the lavatories are closed within store, because I understand that you close off the first floor where the lavatories are. I'd like confirmation of the time that you close those lavatories. I'd like to know whether you have a process of providing facilities for delivery drivers to have access? And if it's, can you answer those questions?
Yes, sorry, I thought I'd mentioned it, and I apologise for not being clear. The accessible toilet on the ground floor is available at all times that we are open, whether it's for licensable activities or not, and that's part of our accessibility policies. So I know across... Sure, and the drivers will have access. I think Abel wants...
Hi, good morning. And just to add to that, Councillor Wade, whilst the upstairs may be closed temporarily for cleaning or maintenance purposes, the customer toilets on the first floor remain open during the times that we are open, unless someone's doing some maintenance or cleaning on them as well. So they are available to the public and the drivers.
And so then we get on to the monitoring of the... In your document, you say that you're going to prevent idling, you're going to prevent issues with drivers, but you've got, as far as I can see, that is where I think that you're going to be weak on actually enforcement. If you are granted this license, you will be the only location with those hours on which will affect Trebovia Road, Kentway Road, and Earls Court Gardens. And because of where bikers park up, actually we also have to consider Nevern Place. So I was just concerned because when I read it, I couldn't see that you got one person, maybe a member of staff, or you could have somebody, if they're available, to actually go and check whether the behaviour, the parking, whether they're idling or anything else. But I can't see that detail in your submission.
So, Ma'am, in my presentation, I referred you to what I think is a very important paragraph in the Section 182 guidance, which is paragraph 14.13, which says that licensing is not the primary mechanism for the general control of nuisance and antisocial behaviour. So I agree with Councillor Evans that third-party delivery agents, or just people throwing litter, are individuals who have personal responsibility under the law. But the question for you today is actually a very narrow one, which is what can this, I've mixed the names up again, thank you. What can this, and apologies, what can this operator do? So what bit of their patch are they responsible for? So when Councillor Wade refers to enforcement, of course it's not for McDonald's to enforce, it's for the police. I don't think, I know the police are really busy and overstretched, but they don't want McDonald's staff doing sort of citizens' arrests. So in terms of our patch, we can continue to engage with the third-party delivery services, the terms of engagement, our contracts with them, the levels of training, encouraging them in our store, encouraging them to use particular areas of our store, using the geofence. All of these taken together are the monitoring that we can do. And like everyone else, as a result of COVID, we're responding to these changes in the way in which we operate as societies. So we can't, and indeed shouldn't be, sending people entirely unaccompanied away from the premises, inviting them to engage with third parties who may not even be undertaking deliveries for McDonald's. They may be for the Burger King or a convenience store, as the case may be.
I would ask you, would the bikes be there if you weren't open?
Yes, you can see from the evidence.
Sorry, we're talking about if you are granted, so you got most of them closed, as I said, before midnight. You would be the only one, and you are the only one, that operate in that area at 2 o'clock in the morning, all right? So you can discount Nando's, you can discount a lot of a KFC, you can count, so actually the bottom line is, why would the bikes be parked in our residential streets? It's primarily because you are open.
Well, in fact, Mum, you as a committee have, of course, granted Burger King a licence to operate with deliveries until 5 a.m. I'm no longer asking for deliveries after 2, so I'm inviting you to maintain that status quo. You also have convenience stores which provide alcohol and non-alcohol products throughout the night. So delivery bikes are a feature of the streetscape and the scene. And I know Kensington and Chelsea have really been thinking about this, both in their developing licensing policy, but also in their planning and highways, because we are all responding to what is effectively a change in circumstances. And in fact, government as well is being lobbied so that these drivers should be themselves licensed and regulated, because they're having such an impact on our communities and changing the shape of the way in which we live. So they will be here and probably increasing whether you grant this license or not.
Just one final comment, which is you mentioned about the provision of bins. We have actually examined this possibility in the past, and I think KFC offered at one time to have bins. The issue is apparently with the street waste enforcement.
You'll have seen that in the complaints that you've got. I think it's at page 267. I think there are some 4 complaints around waste. And what you can see is that there's the times of the collections, overflowing bins, litter, and so on. And so it's part of a much bigger picture where the council need to do something, litter bins need to be provided, people need to be responsible, and businesses need to be responsible. So all I can address you on is the small part of responsibility that McDonald's and this McDonald's can take. And as I said, if you can think of anything further that's reasonable and proportionate, really happy to explore that. But the bigger picture is that much more difficult and complicated. If you can get highways and waste to deal with the provision of bins, Councillor, we would be happy to help sponsor and provide bins.
Thank you.
For clarity, can you tell us what times your rubbish collection are?
I did ask this question, and the council asked for them to be out. I think it's after 2, isn't it?
We don't have a specific time. What we have is a window, and because our staff leave shortly after 2:30 in the morning, that's the time we need to put them out, and they are therefore then collected before 5 a.m. when the bins are then brought back in. So no specific time that I can give you. It's just a window, but because there's no one in the building, we have to take them out as we exit the building at the end of our daily shift.
You don't you have a contract for rubbish collection? The private one, or do you use the council's? Maybe we're talking at cross purposes.
Yes, yeah, of course, we have a contract. It's collected daily. It's with a local provider, which I believe may well subcontract out to the council.
Okay, but what time are they coming?
Or they come through that window between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Okay.
So, Mum, that's... Yes, that is with the council, because I asked that this morning, and I think Avril's confirmed it's with the council. It is the window when we are closed, and one of the odd advantages of being open would be that if we were open until 5 a.m, we would have greater clarity around the timing, and so there would be less of an impact. But there is work to be done around that with local authorities, so we are, as with delivery drivers, really dependent on the schedules of the council.
Mr. Aziz would like to ask a question.
Yes, please do. Could you introduce yourself?
I've been a resident.
You've got to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I've been a resident in Treborway Road, adjacent to your premises since 1971. Not once I've seen a member of your staff come out to your premises for 5 meters and collect the rubbish, so you called in your conditions prior conditions. I can't see you.
Ask a question.
So could you tell me why is that so?
Can you state your name, please?
Is Mr. Aziz. He lives in 1 to 3 Trebovia Road.
Yeah, you don't have to tell us the address.
Next to Nando's.
Yeah, don't tell us your address. For security reasons, so. Yeah,
I
it's
think
being
it's-
live streamed, so for security reasons, please do not state your address.
Right. It's a hotel. It's a business. So.
Oh, you have a business there?
I have a business, yes.
Okay.
I think it's representative number 32 for your records. I don't know why Mr. Aziz has not seen any litter picks. The way we operate is that if you're familiar with restaurants and you go into, for example, their restrooms, you'll see at the back there's a sheet that says initials, time, cleaned, tick. Similarly with our litter picks, we have a sign-in sheet. So your environmental health service or your licensing authority can go into the restaurant at any time. They would be able to ask to see our litter map, our litter policy, the route that we take, and which member of staff on which day, at what times, undertook that litter pick, and those records are kept. So I don't know why that's not been seen by Mr. Aziz.
Secondly, do you allow the delivery people to use your facilities to urinate? Or are they barred?
Sorry, this is the third time that's come up. We've already had answers twice. Thank you. It's going to be a very long day, so let's try to listen to each other and not repeat ourselves, okay? Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I think we'll take a comfort break. We will come back at, it's now 9 minutes to 11, so 15-minute break. Is that okay? And then we'll be all re-energized to start again. So 12:05? 12:10, yeah? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. The committee's returning now, so if you'd like to all take your seats and be ready for the hearing to recommence. Thank you. Thank you.
Should I announce that we're going to have a lunch break in an hour? No.
I think you can just say that we will... Have we finished the objectives?
Yes.
We're about to start. We'll just say we're going to do the police case, then we're going to have a lunch break. Yeah, perhaps in there.
Okay. It is very cold today in here, and I understand the boiler is broken. Is that correct? It's not a negotiating tactic. So, okay. Now we will get to the police's case. Please ask your questions because they are one of the responsible authorities. And then we will have a lunch break for only half an hour? Only half an hour. So you will have a chance to have a hot drink and go eat something quickly. Okay. Now for the police's case, PC Ian Davis, please can you present your submission? You have up to 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, in relation to the change around the courier aspect of it, I think primarily our position here now is to, and make it quite brief, that we're here to receive questions, obviously from Melanie Adams here, representing RBKC Enforcement around the premises, and Inspector Baker-Dore here in relation to statistics, and myself, anything else around the licensing matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to also have the objectors encourage them to ask questions, because I know there's a lot on your minds. So, I'll start with the committee. Councillor Burns? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions. Just really, Earls Court sort of has a few issues that have been raised with sort of, undesirable behaviour and potential crime hotspots. In relation to late night restaurants, that we've got Burger King, McDonald's with the 10s and a few others, how do you see that impacting on sort of potential crime in the area in sort of, I guess, the window between after midnight till like 5 in the morning? Does it make it more sort of potential for crime, or does it have an opposite effect? And what is your, has crime risen or gone down? Can you give me more details generally?
Hi, good afternoon. It's Greg Baker-Dore. So obviously I'm the neighbourhood inspector for all of the 9 southern wards, obviously Earls Court being the predominant one for which we discussed today. So I think from my perspective here, and obviously I've provided the data, which obviously everybody has seen respectively, and obviously I'm mindful of retracting a couple of those with the association of the ambulance and so forth. I think from our perspective, it would be manageable, I would say, that there's no indications to indicate that an increase or decrease of that crime side of things. I think when you look through some of these stats that we've got, that is an array of crimes. There's no specifics. There's nothing to identify a specific increase per se. And something I discussed with my colleague here, Ian, on the way over and the days leading up to today's meeting was we are very mindful of the fact of where Earls Court sits and obviously the surrounding sort of vulnerability of accommodation that sits around the area, be it charitable, homes and so forth. But that is managed by ourselves in collaboration with RBKC, council, housing or the registered providers. So ultimately, I think in answer to your question, should we see an increase in crime, depending on the outcome of today, we would obviously manage that effectively with the partnership that we have with the registered providers. And from my perspective, we work very harmoniously with the Community Safety Department here at RBK, and obviously we do have those links to make sure that action is taken where necessarily if possible.
And there is, if you look at the pack on page 14, there's like a public protection order. Can you give me more info on that?
Okay, so the Public Protection Order, or PSPO for short, has been put in place now for about a year, just over thereabouts. And obviously I did work with Councillor Wade on this PSPO to be in place. Again, we're referring to our colleagues and extra resources from RBK set team, so that's the wardens for Old Money. They tirelessly work on the PSPO in terms of the enforcement. Obviously, I don't have their figures to account for how much enforcement tickets they've issued and so on. And from our perspective, it's not the be-all and end-all for our crime enforcement because we have other powers that we can utilise. The PSPO is obviously issued so that we have it as an extra tool in the box, so to speak. So if we do find there is low-level ASB, then we could, if necessarily, issue those tickets in partnership with the set team and the wardens.
Okay, thank you. And then also on this crime reference chart, this is just for McDonald's, right?
This is solely for the McDonald's address, which would cover off that postal address that we've searched.
Okay, and then what do the local restaurants and stuff, so I guess their opposition would be Burger King, for example, what does their chart look like in relation to this? Is it very similar? Is it higher? Is it lower? And basically, I really want to get a picture of that window between 2 and 5. Do you get more call-outs just generally now, or in the last year, or however? And in relation to that, is that standard, or is that like just a McDonald's type of thing?
So, just going back to the original question, the comparable to said retail of Burger King, for example, there is no direct comparable. There's no difference per se. Obviously, I'm happy to provide those figures if you required in due course. I think in terms of reflection on the call-outs between those hours of 2 and 5, I don't have the data physically, but again, I can refer to it. But there hasn't been any increase, particularly if we refer to Burger King. There hasn't been an extra calls for us and so forth. We have no significant incidents of note. And by significance, I mean that higher end crime, so there's the sort of stabbings and so forth, to sort of be measurable, if that makes sense.
And just one more. In one of the pictures, well, in the additional and I think in the pack, there's pictures of some sort of, there's a half-naked man sort of lying in McDonald's in the middle of the day, it looks like, and then there's another sort of someone sitting outside. So what do you do when that sort of happens? Obviously, McDonald's have a duty because it's in their premises, but when they need help, what's the kind of strategy to sort of stop that from happening, so we can have more info?
Yeah, I mean, we're never going to be able to stop that from happening per se, and as I referred to my previous comment of where we are located in Earls Court around the vulnerability premises that are not too far by, the charitable homes and so forth. I think if I refer to our policing plan around right care, right person, obviously we don't have responsibility for those that may be suffering from mental health breakdowns and so forth, which would probably result of said half-naked person. It could be another number of issues in terms of possible drug concerns and so forth and vulnerabilities, but again, it is a right care, right person. So 999 may be called, but we'd probably be delegated to our colleagues from the ambulance service to obviously deal, because they have the qualified medical resource and capabilities to deal with it. If it was busy, so if we refer towards that Friday, Saturday night, which often we do see then going into their sort of critical zone for call-outs, then again, we would obviously respond accordingly, depending on demand.
Councillor Noor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just got one question. Do you believe the applicant proposed conditions of use of CCTV camera, door supervision, dispersal policy are sufficient to address the concerns we heard today?
We do, Councillor.
Sorry, you don't what? No, we do. Oh, you do? Sorry, I didn't understand.
No, we do. We
You
do
do?
agree with the conditions, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you say that it's helpful to have places open late so that crowds can go in, or not even crowds, individuals, as long as they order something, they have something to eat? Has it helped with the crime on the streets?
I think my previous role before moving here 2-3 years ago was actually in the West End, so obviously I was quite alive to the nighttime economy, particularly around Leicester Square, and obviously which has a McDonald's, and the Strand as well, which again was quite closely located to nighttime economy venues. I think when you refer it to Earls Court, I am very mindful of where it is located in terms of hotels, for example, so the tourism footfall and so forth, so they have the opportunity to utilise that. I couldn't really say yes or no in terms of whether it's helped, but I do know of occasions where people have gone in under safeguarding concerns, where they've at least been able to take respite, sort of take somewhere to wait until either ourselves or our colleagues from LAS have been able to attend. So I wouldn't be able to give a definitive on that if I'm fair, but obviously I do see it as a positive that someone has somewhere to go to as a safe haven potentially. I think particularly when we reference the fact that Kensington Police Station is due to close in the new year as well, so that will not be open as a place for people to take refuge if necessary.
Okay. And do you work with outreach? So you know about outreach, and for those who don't know, it's our service where they help homeless people.
Yes, so amongst my team I have 2 dedicated funded officers that are funded by RBKC Council, and they work with the Street Pop team. They'll often be out doing, so for example this week the OPSWEP has been activated, so they'll go out and do ensure that the safety and the welfare provisions for those that are homeless. And in addition they'll carry out the regular counts as well, so the head counts, so that we're aware of how many people are sort of within the ward itself or within the borough itself.
Thank you. Now I'd like to address the Deliveroo, or anyone, whoever is out there on the bikes, and they do seem to congregate on Trevevere Road. Can you tell us, do the police engage with them? Have you had problems? Can you specify what the problems are?
Sure. So again, referring to my colleagues from the Community Safety Unit, we do have a way into the sort of more senior management of said companies. So if we do need to raise any concerns, we have that one-stop shop option where we can raise the concerns. Just in the last couple of weeks, we have carried out joint operations with them in terms of both immigration concerns and then enforcement as well, where they have come along with us as part of that partnership. So yes, in answer to your question, we do have that collaboration work.
So it seems to me, from hearing all of the issues and from what we've had in my ward on Bina Gardens with the drivers, it's a multi-department issue. So I would ask the licensing, are we sending seat people out there, our people, to go and enforce against the drivers? Or, so we have the police, seat, who else?
It would normally be the police and the set officers, yes, that go out.
The set, yeah.
Yeah, the set officers, I believe, normally work until around 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. But I don't have specific details of visits that they've done. I can try and get some information for you.
So SET is the street enforcement team, and every ward has them. Yeah. Okay. And what particular crimes have you seen the drivers engage in?
So from our perspective, we've had reports of antisocial behaviour, be it urination, for example, has been discussed, noise in terms of them congregating, talking, being on their mobile phones, emulating music, that kind of low-level antisocial behaviour collectively. Personally, we've not been identified of any more higher end kind of crimes. I know of late there was a couple of issues with in-house fighting, I would say, amongst themselves, not physical, nothing assault against the person, but more squabbling, should I say, in terms of, I guess, who's going to be taking the next delivery and so forth. I'd say I haven't got figures to that, but I'm happy to try and get them for you if necessary.
So if the premises allows the drivers in to relieve themselves, would that be a good deterrent against the peeing in the street? Excuse my language.
Yes, I believe so, because at least then they have somewhere of substance, as it were, to use, so yes.
Okay, thank you. So the police can be called if there's a fight. As far as noise, the set team can go around to work on the noise when they're going out, but they're only working till 10 o'clock, correct?
Yeah, so I think from our perspective, we would respond. I am mindful of the fact that our neighbourhoods team only operate until midnight based on our current shift pattern. However, if there is a concern or we need to operate outside of those hours, then obviously I would take that responsibility to amend shifts so that we could do the twilight hours patrols, as it were, which we have done during Halloween and during Bonfire Night, for example, under Autumn Nights. The operative hours were basically into the smaller hours to try and deter any of the antisocial behaviour associated with those events.
Okay, thank you. Now, does the committee have any further questions?
I just want to follow up on that.
Yes, please.
So just following up on that, so when it's sort of out of hours, basically, when is the police presence? Because generally, as a rule of thumb, and would you consider making it sort of later hours? Because I feel like crime might, I'm not saying it will, but could potentially be more prominent or present in antisocial hours. And if the forces or the impact sets and whoever are all finished by midnight, that kind of leaves quite a large window. Would it be beneficial to maybe change the hours, make them later? And can you do that on a regular basis, not just a big thing like Halloween or a football day or a New Year's? And if so, when can that be implemented? And can that be implemented just generally? Because I feel like there's a lot of concern for out of hours antisocial behaviour.
So I think in answer to the question, yes, we still have a 24-hour response, although they're not based at Kensington and haven't been now for 2-3 years. They're obviously out of Hammersmith. They are still divided into two, so that set amount of cars and vehicles will still patrol Kensington area. They are being patrolled out of Hammersmith. And I think in terms of the sort of patrols from our side, from the neighbourhood perspective, we can look at that by all means to make it a regular. I'm very mindful though of how few there are of us now. I'm sure you're aware of our cutbacks and obviously tough choices that have had to be implemented. But I will say this, that we do hold a weekly tasking meeting that takes place internally every Monday. So again, if causes for concern are raised, and obviously again I say this many times to Councillor Wade, the lack of reporting is not great for us. We need to get people to report, even if they feel that it's not going to be advantageous where you get an instant response. It's collating of the data, for example what I presented today, that will then help me kind of bid for extra resources to be in the area. So it's effectively our tasking and deployment asset that takes place every Monday. And on top of that, we then have a monthly tasking coordination, slightly larger meeting. It's a 4-hour meeting, painfully, but it's an option for us to then bid for all that extra asset. And by extra asset, I mean external assets, so our territorial support group, through to even covert dog vans in the area. So we do have that capacity within ourselves. We would just need to go with the begging bowl, so to speak, to make that happen.
I just got one more. With regard to the crime reference sheet, how many of these crimes have ended with a conviction or a arrest or anything like that?
So as you can see on the final outcome column there, most of them have been resolved. There's a mixed array. I would probably have to go into a little bit more depth if I'm honest. Where you see NFA, that refers to no further action. So that's where either the victim doesn't wish to proceed, or possibly there is not an availability of said suspect, being able to identify the suspect. Yeah, community resolution is another one. So effectively, that is where we've resolved it in a low level that's not felt necessary to go towards court. So again, it could be some sort of fine or a sort of final warning, for example, caution, etc. So there's obviously a mixed array on there, but I'm happy to, by all means, divulge onto more if necessary from there.
Just that all reasonable lines of inquiries followed. I just want to know, because I could imagine that there'll be a few people that maybe do crime regularly, and so you want to stop that. We want them not to be in circulation, ideally. So I'm just, it doesn't say whether there's a, anyone's been charged or, they've got it on their file. It just says all lines followed. So I'm just curious.
So all lines followed is effectively where we try to exert CCTV inquiries to try and identify the suspect potentially. Or, for example, we may have tried to obtain further statements, which again may be a request from our colleagues within the CPS. Because again, obviously, once we present the initial case to them, they then follow up with additional asks before they'll be willing to charge. So again, it's kind of a mixture of outcomes, so to speak. But again, if there's any in particular you wish for me to follow up, I will certainly delve into that.
Just, is there one good news story out of this lot that I can have? And then I'll leave it.
I mean, I think collectively that they're all good news stories in the fact that we've obviously been able to collate it, and I think that refers to my previous conversation of the lack of reporting. I do note from some of the objections presented that it's a difficult one, really, because clearly we will do everything we can to try and bring someone to justice as necessary. But yeah, I mean, I think without going into more depth on them all, I wouldn't be able to give you a massive success story. Ultimately, if we can bring someone to justice, we would.
Well, I can give a success story. You had a drug dealer in Earl's Court that we now found in my ward. However, the police have collected him because they had evidence from you, and they were able to pick him up on a CCTV camera while he was in the act. So that was a success story. So thank you for that.
No, that's great, Chair. Thank you. I think just to add on to that one, in addition to that justice side of things, we can issue banning orders and the CBOs and so forth. So there are prolific offenders who may attend the venue. And again, we can obviously collaborate with McDonald's to obtain statements, be it victim statements, impact statements, etc. That does bode well when it goes towards presenting the evidence to the court, so that we can issue those CBOs, so that hopefully would then deter them from being in the area and then give us extra powers to arrest accordingly if they were to breach that.
Now, does our legal officer have any questions?
Just clarification on something. Did you say CVO just now? What does that stand for?
CBO, so Community Behavioural, B Bravo order.
CBO, okay. And just another clarity. Obviously, there's the police. Then we've got the SET team, which is the street enforcement team, which is the council, I believe. And there was reference to a community safety unit. Who is the community safety unit? Are they...
So the Community Safety Unit is an internal department here at RBK, so effectively they are in towards all the other departments that work under yourself here at the council. So Community Safety Order consists of Stuart Priestley and then obviously his respective team. So we meet with them regularly because they are our sort of partner, as it were, the main consultants.
So they're separate from the SET team. So you've got the
Yes.
Community Safety Unit and the SET team.
Yes.
And separately got the police. So I just wanted a clarification on that. Thank you.
Yep. Any questions from the applicant?
Just a couple, please. Thank
Please.
you. Inspector, you talked about the the impact of 5 a.m. operation to being manageable with no increase or decrease, and you talk about collaborating in partnership with various bodies. In terms of collaboration and partnership with the premises, you've got CCTV, Staff Safe, SIA risk assessment, and so on. Are there any additional measures that you would like to see in terms of the collaboration that we've offered with you?
I think that obviously that collaboration is quite harmonious, if I'm honest. We have looked to widen our strength of boots on the ground, so to speak, in terms of having, so for example, in the West End they had the Night Stars, who were volunteers, who effectively will go around to assist those that are rather intoxicated in terms of that safeguarding piece. So maybe something like that would assist if there's an opportunity to support that kind of option where it would be a volunteer based, but obviously would assist with maybe, for example, the signage that they wear, the high-vis bibs, things like that would be a possibility, because again we can then endorse that as a function between ourselves to add those extra boots on the ground, really.
You're obviously a great administrator with your begging bowl, so yes, the sponsorship. But in terms of practical measures, so for example, in some of the McDonald's that are operated by ABLE, they're designated as safe havens. Do you have a safe haven designation in this area yet?
That would be a negative, no.
If we were to propose a safe haven, would that be an additional measure above and beyond what we have here?
Yeah, I'd see that as a positive, to be fair. And again, referring to my previous conversation of Kensington Police Station closing, there won't be that opportunity for anywhere like that.
And just for reference, safe haven is about the accessibility of a well-lit, alcohol-free space covered by CCTV where vulnerable people are welcome in and they're not left on the street.
Yes, that's correct.
In terms of your PSPO, that was dealing with alcohol impacts, wasn't it?
So the PSPO is a combination in terms of all levels of antisocial behaviour, from drinking through to littering and kind of anything else in between, really. I don't have a copy of it with me today, but I'm sure we could get a copy to you. But it does cover out the urination, so drugs, paraphernalia, begging as well. So that there's an array of offences, a combination of there.
And in terms of begging, I think in the West End franchisee trialled, you might not be aware of this or it might not have come across your desk, but they trialled a system whereby patrons could donate on the card and the money went directly to homelessness charities directly in the area. So it was a way of saying to beggars, look, you're not getting money because McDonald's and other stores are collecting the money on their behalf, and then it went to local charities. Do you know whether that operates here in Earls Court, and if it did, would you welcome participation by McDonald's or others?
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of that one. I couldn't be able to answer that. I could possibly see that as a positive again, but I couldn't answer that, unfortunately.
I think you confirmed in response to Councillor Noor's suggestion that the conditions are sufficient, and you've not suggested anything else. Just on the good news and cooperation in terms of CCTV statements, reporting, logs, and so on, is there anything else that McDonald's could provide for you?
Obviously, it's an ongoing process. We'll just have to see how the if the license is granted in any sort of formal shape. We'll have to engage that moving forward. But at present, it satisfies the police's position. Thank you.
Just the final thing on delivery drivers. I know you talked about engaging with with the management of the third-party delivery services. I mean, so do we. So we're able to get managers on site, we're able to get additional comms, push notifications, banning drivers, and so on. Are those the similar measures that you basically employ as well?
Yes, absolutely. As I say, we've already been in touch with them for slightly different concerns, not linked to your venue, but obviously, yes, that's fine.
Obviously, your methodology is policing, but in terms of regulatory, that's the approach we take, which is very much similar to yours. Thank you. Mon, thank you very much. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Now, the objectors, would you like to question the police? We have Councillor Wade and anyone else? Okay, Councillor Wade, please. Questions?
I believe that
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. I believe at the moment we have the application for us is for between 2 and 5. Now, I would like to know, Councillor Dorian and myself did a walkabout with the street enforcement team, and they have a pattern of operation which isn't not gap-free. So I would like to know what your staffing levels are and what the shift pattern for Earls Court is.
Okay, so for the for the resourcing pitch, you obviously have one sergeant, which is Sergeant Peter Leach, and then we have 3 designated PCs, which, as you know, be it Helen, Ben and Jack, and then we have 1 PCSO. So you're very fortunate. When we redesigned the neighbourhood package, so to speak, you were actually classed as an enhanced ward for extra resources, so by that you have that extra PC. As a comparable to other wards such as Redcliffe, which is next door, they only have a combination of 2 PCs and 1 PCSO.
Could you outline the times of operation, please?
Okay, so as of the 1st of December, our shift pattern changes, so they'll be operating from 7 a.m. Across the 7 days a week through until midnight, and that is classed as a late turn. However, as I said to Councillor Burns, obviously if we need to amend shifts, then we can do. I'd have to comply with our regulations of giving notification, but that's what I can comply with.
And so, at the moment you're based at Kensington Police Station. After it closes, where are you going to be based?
So just for clarification, it's only the front office that's closing. We will still operate out of there as a venue. That is not closing completely. It's just the front office under the MOPAC changes.
Can you tell me what use and how effective the CCTV camera is that apparently faces down Trebovia Road, if we're talking about one of the problem roads?
Personally, I think they've been fantastic, and I know that the CCTV control room has enhanced its capabilities, obviously based at Hammersmith in partnership there. Whenever we've required downloads or there's an uplift, I know that I can pretty much do 1 email and I get a response within a couple of hours, and then obviously the respective OIC, so the officer in charge of the case, is able to get those downloads sent straight to them via our own technology that we have.
So you've mentioned right person, right
care, right person.
Right, so if we look at the street population team at, say, from midnight to 5 o'clock in the morning, how many do you feel would be drunk versus being drug-related activity?
I don't think I could probably give you a straight answer on that, Councillor Wade. I know that the street pop, the 2 officers that I mentioned earlier, they do work in partnership with your street pop from the council. They do operate on a late night licence, so they'll do nights effectively, so they are out from 10 p.m. through until 6 a.m. and that is where they'll then carry out the majority of their engagement safeguarding work from there.
Can you tell me how many people there are in the street population team? Because I think that it's one team and they operate across the whole borough,
Yes.
not just Earls Court.
No, that's correct. So they do have to cover the whole borough, obviously with the addition of my 2 funded officers. So off the top of my head, I believe they've got 5 engagement workers, so 5 plus my 2.
One of the issues we do have is our street population team try to engage with individuals, and individuals then do not wish to engage. So again, this would appear to be a slight gap as to you might have a problem, but the person doesn't acknowledge the problem. Therefore, the street population team have to can't assist. So What is your recommendation, and who takes responsibility for those individuals in that situation?
So I think I refer to the JAG, so the Joint Agency Group meeting that takes place once a month. So that is an opportunity that if there is an identified individual that requires further assistance from a wider range of partners, then that is where they're referred to, so it can be discussed in the hope that there can be more interventions that would suit their needs.
So at the moment, I understand that the street environment enforcement team, Councillor Adorian and myself did a walkabout, and they indicated they have a shift pattern, and that they finish at about 11, and they then have to apparently acquire another officer from another ward to be able to assist them. Is it to your mind that if a person is in a doorway, irrespective of the location, that actually the street population team are responsible for removing those people? Because they become an obstruction, and they then potentially can create antisocial behaviour.
Councillor Wade, can you speak into the mic, please? Because we really want to hear what you have to say.
I did hear the question, Bench, sorry. So you're not hearing it. Okay, so I think it was in relation to what can we do in terms of the street pop being housed or finding somewhere to bed down in the doorways and so on. I don't know what the parameters are that the RBK Council work towards for their enforcement side of things. Obviously, my guys work alongside, but that is a protection for them, as well as then carrying out our jurisdiction of sort of PNC checks, for example, and so forth. I think you said in terms of what more can be done, again, right care, right person kicks in, because we're only there for the criminality side. We're not, homelessness is not a crime. It's obviously, I know there's association with what comes from that, that's where we would get involved.
But that still leaves us with a potential problem on the
Excuse me, I'm going to relate it to McDonald's. So I think your question should be...
But the final
excuse me, I think your question should be, is the street, the vagrancy and the homelessness, is it related to McDonald's? Because we're here for their license. We're not discussing policy here.
Chair, I think it's because of the context of the background of it, which is behind the whole complaints, really. That if you have an operation which is applying to go to 5 o'clock in the morning, we know that the police finish at midnight. We know the street population team finish at 11 o'clock. We know that the outreach team, I think there are about 2 or 3 members, and they have to operate across the whole borough. Therefore, there is an essential thing: is does this application actually contribute to safety, or does it present a potential risk? And that's what we're asking. If even the noise and nuisance team, if they go for 5 o'clock during the week, the noise and nuisance team finish at 3 o'clock. So everything becomes retrospective, which becomes increasingly difficult for us to generate the evidence that we need, and because people aren't walking there, therefore you don't get the evidence, because you don't have teams going.
What is your question, and perhaps you can answer it anyway? It's not that you pack it up at midnight, is it? You have people on duty, and do you have a different sort of call-out that you respond after midnight as opposed to patrolling around, or is it the same, or how do you operate at that hour? I think that's what Councillor Wade means in regard to this application.
Sure, no problem. So effectively, although my neighbourhood teams will finish their tour of duty at midnight, unless, as I've already elaborated to Councillor Burns, need to be extended, you still have the capacity of our response team who will parade out of Hammersmith, but they'll be given default patrols to effectively, when there is no 101 or 999 response required, they will still default around areas, particularly if they have been highlighted in the tasking meeting that I referred to earlier. So I'll give you an example which could relate to the vendor. You know, if there has been an increase in concerns and so forth, I can put that through to our tasking that as part of their default patrols, they would default along Earls Court Road in order as that prevention measure to go forward from.
But those would finish at midnight?
No. Our emergency response teams are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that clarifies your question. Do any other objectors have any questions of the police?
Madam, if I could.
Can you say your name, please?
Yeah, my name's Jeremy Phillips.
My name's Robert Adams, and I'm the chair of the Italy Crescent Residents Association. We've done an extensive survey of all of our residents, and particularly the young females are very, very fearful of the drivers. But my question is, if this were to be approved, is there a means of getting off-duty officers from other boroughs and actually, say, Burger King and McDonald's paying for them to be on duty at one or two of those locations? I'm just saying it's working police officers working off duty.
Sure. So I think what you're saying is effectively paying overtime for officers to remain on duty and carry out an extended tour and so forth. It has been known for that to happen. We are entering a period of tough choices in terms of money, and we're always very mindful of the legalities around coming tied in. So I'll give you an example that, again, referring to the West End and the businesses around Selfridges, they used to fund us on the Boxing Day sales for us to cover it, but it became very convoluted in terms of you could fund us to have 2 or 3 officers carrying out extra patrols, but if they were to get an arrest in the first hour, they're then gone off the street. So where is then the benefit to paying for the other 6 or 7 hours amongst that 8-hour tour of duty, for example? It is possible, but I would have to refer it through to our sort of finance director to approve, basically, because it become with very tight parameters, basically.
Just to follow up on that point, there's a huge difference between Boxing Day. I'm thinking just one man, one police officer who, I'm just spitballing this, between Burger King, because Burger King already have the license, between Burger King and, say, McDonald's, and there's one person who's there, who's a uniformed police officer who probably works at night on his laptop, then goes and does a patrol of the bike deliveries. There's that physical presence, in Earls Court, and yeah, I'm just asking that question, whether we could explore just one man, and that would be shared potentially by all those people who are submitting applications for the nighttime economy. So you'd have Burger King, McDonald's, you'd have whatever it is, the Korean place, if they wanted to go down that. Would that be feasible?
It's certainly an option that can be looked at. I wouldn't want to overpromise as a guarantee, but it's certainly an option that could be looked at, and I'm happy to refer that on if necessary.
Mr. Aziz?
Yes, thank you. Inspector, isn't it true that certain things police do not attend?
Sorry,
like
what do you ask? Stop for 1 minute. What is your objection?
Mr. Aziz hasn't actually made a representation. I've checked this. I think his daughter has, but Mr. Aziz hasn't. I don't know if she's authorised him to speak on her behalf. So as this is a legal hearing, if we could just double check that would be really helpful.
Okay, let's check that 1 moment. Thank you for pointing that out.
I think it's correct that Mr. Aziz, his daughter made the representation. That is correct. But I believe is he a witness of Councillor Wade? I mean, he can't appear, if he wants to speak, he can speak of what his daughter has said, but he can't go above and beyond. He can be a witness for his daughter effectively, but he can't go above and beyond what his daughter's said, because he's not a representative in her own right.
She's not here.
I'm not aware, is he a witness of Councillor Wade as well?
I think Mr. Aziz's daughter made the submission, and the reason was because Mr. Aziz was unwell at the time as a result of what he will discuss. It would be appreciated if he could just ask this one question.
Mr. Sharon
One
Belides,
minute.
would you object if Councillor Wade asked the question on behalf of Mr. Aziz, or do you object to him asking the question full stop?
I think if he's just going to ask the question, that's fine. I just think we need to be a little bit careful. That's what I was just checking. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's
Just
right.
one
You do
question
need
is
to be
fine.
careful because you aren't a registered objector in your own right. But yes, I mean, keep it within the parameters of what your daughter's objection was.
It's helpful. Let's put all our cards on the table, so please carry on.
This is a question for Inspector. Could you possibly answer this question, that racial abuse, aggressive, threatening behavior is not considered a police matter anymore, and police will not attend?
You said also about 999.
Sorry, that's irrelevant here.
It has to be what was in the rep and based on. I think you're probably best if you get
Mr.
someone who's a
Aziz is
registered objector to
concerned
ask the
about
question.
the response on the 999 calls.
Yeah, but we're doing an application here for a premises. I really think we shouldn't start getting into racism and the police and all. It's not an attack here on the police. It's not an attack here discussing whether people make racism. I don't think we should go there. I don't know if the committee agrees with me. And do the lawyers agree with
Sorry,
me?
was it raised as an issue in the representation, I suppose, is what the question is?
The rep is on page 32 if you want to read
Sorry.
it. No.
Sorry?
Sorry, my question is, police are understaffed. And I cannot see how they're going to attend after 2 o'clock, any emergencies. Because
He just explained it. We just had that question. Okay, let's move on. Any other objectors have questions? Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Thank you, Madam. Just very briefly. Inspector, you said that if there additional problems did arise, if McDonald's extended their hours from 2 to 5 in the morning, you'd deal with it. That's basically your position. Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
But you accept, of course, I'm sure, the purpose of this hearing, the purpose of the Licensing Act itself, is to prevent breach of the licensing objectives, one of which is avoiding crime and disorder, public nuisance. So it's not really appropriate, is it, to be thinking about, well, we'll deal with it retrospectively. We should be focused today on seeking to prevent problems that could reasonably, foreseeably arise. Yeah?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, but my learned friend makes a legal error, as he should well know. The licensing objective is to promote the prevention of, not the outright prevention of. So it's about steps that can be deemed suitable to promote the prevention of. That's the operating schedule. That's the conditions that have been proposed. The police have been asked 3 times by me whether there could be other conditions, and the answer to that is clearly no. So the correct answer is McDonald's are doing everything they can and could lawfully do in the context of the application. So I think we should get the law right, especially if we are lawyers asking the questions.
Noted, thank you.
Madam, if Mr. Charlambides wants to give evidence on behalf of the police, I'm quite happy to do, for him to do so. But the inspector is perfectly well able to answer the questions. He answered it in a very straightforward manner. So if he wants to make legal submissions later on, entirely open to him to do so. But I don't think, frankly, it's right for him to interrupt cross-examination. Thank you.
Interrupt again. If my learned friend is proposing to cross-examine the inspector, he needs permission from you, ma'am, and he's not made that application. That's set out in black and white in the hearing regs in Patterson's. So what I understand is it's an opportunity for questions. What I've also seen and demonstrated is that police have very helpfully attended to answer a lot of anxieties that are not related to this application, but put some context, and I'm very grateful for that. But if we're entering in the realms of cross-examination, perhaps he could make that application to you, why it's necessary to cross-examine the very helpful inspector and what he hopes to achieve for it vis-à-vis the application in front of you as amended. Thank you.
You make a good point. Mr. Phillips, we're not doing policy here. We're not doing, the police aren't on trial here. Can you please make a specific question relating to this application of the police? I don't want to get sidetracked anymore. And it doesn't help your case.
Thank you, Madam. With respect, I'm not sure that I was diverging at all from the issues before the committee. It is fundamentally whether this proposal...
Please just give us your question that you'd like to ask of the police. We're not debating this any further. Please ask your question of the police.
Thank you, Madam. Inspector, it's right, isn't it, or correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a crime hotspot around the Earls Court tube and in front of the McDonald's area?
Well, there's an array of hotspots across all of the borough that I manage. Obviously, I predominantly, as I said in my opening speech, I manage all of the 9 southern wards of the council. So Earls Court is one of 9 that has a mixed array of crime hotspots. Depends on what type of crime you're referring to.
Thank you. I'm thinking particularly of ASB, which is a common feature of many of the objections that have been put forward to the panel in relation to this application. And ASB, excuse me, is particularly high, again, around that immediate area in front of the tube and McDonald's. But again, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, there is a notable amount of crime there, which obviously I've already presented in the statistics that you can see before you today, on whichever page that was, sorry.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
Thank you.
And specifically, if we compare it by ward, again, unless I'm misinterpreting the data, the monthly report for September seems to suggest that Earls Court is by far the largest. It accounts for something like 40% of the SB in the borough, with the next 3 highest combined only equaling that amount. But again,
Really sorry, Mum. What monthly
familiar
reports? What document is he being cross-examined on? I haven't been given monthly reports or statistics or data. I don't know what's happening here.
No, 1 minute, please.
Sorry, can you just clarify which report you're referring to, please, so we can all look at it, please?
This is the RBKC South monthly ward crime data. It's the police's own document.
Has it been circulated to the parties?
It was my understanding it had been, but I may be wrong on that. But
Can anyone
if I'm wrong,
clarify?
then I'd just invite the inspector from his own knowledge. He may say he's not familiar with the figures, he doesn't know that.
Okay, I don't think we've seen the document that you're referring to, but if you ask a general question, sorry, can you just reframe the question in general terms, please?
Yes, in general terms, Inspector, is it right that the Earls Court ward is by far the largest, or accounts for by far the largest proportion of ASB in the borough as a ward?
So in relation to ASB that you refer to, it is one of my higher. It's not the highest. I do have other issues elsewhere, so for example on the King's Road. But in terms of what we're here for today for the respective venue, then yes, I would say that around the area there is an association of, but as I alluded to earlier, I am mindful of where it is geographically located in the proximity to vulnerable premises, so vulnerable housing and so forth from there.
Thank you. Yes, I've got no further questions, Madam. Thank you so much.
Does anyone else have any questions of the police relevant to the McDonald's application? Now's your chance. Okay, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from the objectors. We're now going to have a half-hour break, a lunch break, and we will see you back here at 1:45, please. Oh, there is another question? Yes.
I do apologise, Madam. Just one. Mrs. Level, Andrea Level, very much wished to address the committee on our behalf. I think she's the only witness I'm personally calling. I think she'll be very brief, but I know that she's unable to be here after 1:30, so I was wondering if you might consider, and I appreciate you may not be able to, slipping her in. I'm anticipating she'll be no longer than a few minutes, a very few minutes, maybe two
Well,
or
there's
three.
a lot of people here from the Earls Court Society, so we have you.
Well, I'm not giving evidence, obviously, Madam.
Okay, you are instructed by them. And then we have Francesco Zipolini. Yes, so,
He's just reading a statement.
okay, that's fine. One moment, please. If the applicant is happy, we'll let you speak before you have to leave.
Absolutely. No,
you
no
very
problem.
much, ma'am.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so let's do that then.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for accommodating my schedule. I am Andrea Level, and I've lived in the area for over 25 years. And as you will already know, McDonald's already attracts and creates issues with ASB, public urination, litter, dirty pavements, noise from patrons eating takeaways on our front steps, and from congregating bikers, blocked pavements, wrong way delivery drivers, and attracting vulnerable street livers and beggars who congregate nearby. We already experience these problems 21 hours a day. And on a personal level, I often feel unsafe walking past McDonald's, especially after dark. And I worry about my teenagers passing by there at night. We have a PSPO that we've heard about a lot already, so I just say that those problems are well documented, but we don't, as we also discussed, have a police team on duty at night. And residents, we feel helpless. We have reporting fatigue. And there are a lot of frictions to reporting, including the long hold times and just generally being aware of scarce police resources. We don't want to call 999 about ASB. But still, 150 residents took the time to write in to object to this application. And, we've lost faith in the system protecting our interests and keeping the balance right between residents and commercial interests. And today's last-minute salami slicing with these conditions is another example of that. Many of my neighbors have written describing the existing situation. Many of these neighbors have never engaged in the process before. Anyway, I'm here to give a dispassionate account of the lived experience of a regular person from Earls Court. I recently went into McDonald's, and it was a brief visit. I ordered a coffee and a breakfast sandwich. During the time I was in there, between ordering on there's like a screen you have to order on, and while they were preparing my order, I was approached by 2 different aggressive beggars. I felt really unsafe. The staff didn't even appear to notice this happening. It was obviously commonplace, and there was no security man on the door. Then I left with my coffee and my breakfast sandwich, and one of those aggressive beggars followed me while I was walking home, and I was really frightened, so I walked around the block the long way to get home so he wouldn't see where I live. And I was really very frightened. Anyway, back at my house, I then have to frequently pick up litter from other patrons who've bought takeaways from McDonald's, and they get as far as where I live, and that's the edge of what we call the munch zone. And people just drop their packaging. And the litter patrols that I've never actually seen certainly don't reach down to the edge of the munch zone. Anyway, McDonald's is a magnet for all of this type of thing. And the impact of McDonald's is not linear. 24/7 operation would increase the delivery trade eventually, because they've said that that's what they really want. And even with an unenforceable condition proposed, it will amplify unacceptable negative impacts on residential amenity. Residents are entitled to the quiet enjoyment of our homes and a good night's sleep. And RBKC policy says midnight is the sensible terminal hour in residential areas. That should apply equally in Earl's Court. As a long-term resident, I ask the committee to please refuse this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can you just elaborate what time you were in McDonald's getting your breakfast?
Yes, I'm an early bird, and I think actually in my letter I said exactly what time it was, but it was around 5 in the morning.
Okay. Thank you. Does any of the committee have any questions for Mrs. Lavelle?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll ask a couple. Okay, generally, do you think the ASBO situation will be heightened by McDonald's opening for an extra 3 hours, or because it seems to be an ongoing problem in the whole area? So what's your thoughts?
I think it is an ongoing problem in the whole area. That's why we have the PSPO. But I think between 2 and 5 in the morning, it will be worse if McDonald's is open, attracting people to come there. I mean, those aggressive beggars that obviously come there because they knew it was open, it was attracting them.
Does this happen with, for example, Burger King? It's the only example I can think of.
I haven't
Currently.
seen it. The street I live on is between the two, and I haven't seen it at the Burger King.
Well, without giving your exact address, where in the sort of area do you live, so we have an idea?
I live in a residential side street just opposite the station exit on Earl's Court Road.
Okay.
So, just outside the munch zone.
Fine. And talking of the munch zone, funny term, I quite like it. It's interesting. Would additional cleaning, or if they, so I think they have 100 meters or something, but if they were to agree, I don't know, to extend it to a wider area, would that alleviate any concerns?
I've been a participant in numerous litter picking exercises led by Malcolm Spaulding and Linda Wade and Hamish Adorian. We've never had a McDonald's representative on any of the ones I was on, but we have had McDonald's waste spread across all of the residential side streets and all along Earl's Court Road, up as far as Cromwell Road and down to Old Brompton Road. That's the zone we normally cover.
Okay, I've got one more question, and then I'll let you carry on. So in the report, there's only, I think, 4, possibly 5 complaints been noted, and I know you mentioned reporting fatigue, but really, it's hard for anyone to be able to gather full information without having the reporting. So first of all, I'd like to say to everyone, always report, report, report is very key. It helps the police figure out where hotspots are, and they can divert their resources to these hotspots. That's for just general everybody. But with only 4 complaints, what can we do with that? Because it's not that many, considering there's an abundance of evidence here, people's accounts, which obviously we consider. But when official complaints come in, it's quite lacking, and it's quite a big difference. So, what can you say on that?
On a personal note, it wasn't related to McDonald's, but I did try to call environmental health about a noisy building site recently I waited on hold for over 30 minutes and no one picked up. So I think that it's difficult. There are a lot of frictions to reporting. And people don't want to call 999 because there's somebody eating a takeaway on their steps. But if it's every day, it's the kind of hassle that, makes people very frustrated.
Councillor Noor?
Just one short question. Are there any particular streets, apart from McDonald's itself, you think there will be increased either noise or nuisances?
I'm so sorry. Do I think that other streets will experience an increase in noise nuisance from McDonald's? I expect it's the usual suspects. My street, Trebovia Road, Hogarth Road, the ones in the center, all the residential side streets. I mean, the other thing that happens is because of the one-way system, people getting food late at night at McDonald's, if the tube's not running, they have to walk through all the residential side streets to get the bus on Warwick Road. So it's impossible for patrons going not to disturb residents. I mean, usually if they're getting a burger in the middle of the night, they're probably jolly and talking to their friend or on their phone. And otherwise, it's a very quiet place at that time of day.
Does our legal advisor have any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Any questions from the applicant?
Ma'am, no, thank you.
Okay. Have I missed anyone? Any questions from the objectors? We've just done you, so I think it's time to say thank you to Mrs. Level, and we'll have a half-hour break for lunch.
Is that back at 2 o'clock, or do you still want us back at 1:45? 2 o'clock.
Come back at 2 o'clock, and if you need any recommendations where to go eat, ask McDonald's.
Can we please be upstanding for the committee, please?
Hello again. Is Mr. Kieran Terry here? No. Okay, so we will now go into the objector's case. Who is going to start? Councillor Wade, are you starting, or is Councillor Durian starting?
I think it's probably better for Mr. Phillips to start.
I thought he's not...
And then me, and then Hamish.
Mr. Phillips, are you going to present your case, or you said you weren't, I thought? You're not giving evidence?
Thank you, Madam. No, Chair, I'm obviously not giving evidence. I'm making submissions as Mr. Charalambidis is, so I'm in the same position. Yes, I'm very happy to go first for my clients, if that suits the committee.
Please.
Thank you so much. Madam, just before I start, I know generally your 10-minute rule. I know Mr. Charalambidis for the applicants went rather over that, and I just wonder if I might be allowed a little bit of latitude if I do the same, but I hope I won't.
I think you're pushing it when there's 6 of you who want to speak. Unless somebody wants to drop out.
No.
Then you can pick up some of their time.
I'll be as
so
quick
it's
as
totally up to you.
I'll be as quick as I can. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So, Madam, can I just address first of all the comments made by my learned friend Mr. Charalambidis in opening, because I think they're worthy of some remark. And he opened very much with a typical flourish. There's so much passion here and so little evidence, which, to my mind, is a staggering suggestion, because I think it's probably the worst case he could have ever presented that argument. There is a mountain of evidence. You've got a 318-page bundle, of which over 200 are representations against this application. So, to say there's so little evidence is frankly a nonsense. He makes the point that the Environmental Health Officer is not objecting. We remember, of course, the Environmental Health Officer is there to speak for residents and the community where the need arises, not the other way around. It's the residents who have to live there, not the EHO, and endure the noise and disturbance 21 hours a day, 365 days a year. And now McDonald's want to remove that final 3 hours of peace. He says there's no evidence. Evidence is critical. You can only go on the evidence. You have to go on the evidence. All the cases say that, and that's why I lodged Thwaites, decision in Thwaites with your Ms. Le Mesurier, and of course Mr. Charalambidis will accept that. He's mentioned Thwaites himself. It's all about the evidence. So it's not what McDonald's say, and with greatest respect to Mr. Mansbridge, frankly, it's not so much what he says, because you may look at his evidence slightly askance. He's paid by McDonald's, as he's entitled to be, but it's difficult to say that he's not a partisan witness to that extent. The same goes for me. I'm obviously instructed by residents, and so I simply say what I'm instructed. But the people who are giving unvarnished evidence, who have no axe to grind particularly either way, are the residents. And the overwhelming majority of them, 164 of the 166 who've bothered to write in, and it is a great effort to write in, as Andrea pointed out, it's not easy always to do these things, you know, in the course of a busy life, to make complaints, to wait on the phone for half an hour until you get through, to formally write a representation, to come to these hearings. For most people, it is a huge effort, and yet so many of them in this case have done that. And in my submission, the incontrovertible evidence of those opposing this application is that there is already a serious problem of antisocial behaviour in the area, whether it's public nuisance, whether it's crime or disorder. That is supported or by the police evidence. The inspector was very frank on that. There is an ASB issue in the area. You've got the PSBO, you've got the heightened levels of ASB in the Earls Court ward. I was frank enough to accept. And if you were to grant a license for the only 3 hours of peace that people have in the 24-hour day, that can only go one way. That is not going to improve the situation. It is simply going to deteriorate. And as I made the point earlier, the Licensing Act is all about anticipating problems that might arise. Mr. Charalambidis is entirely correct in that the guidance says, as it should properly, licensing isn't the primary tool against antisocial behaviour. There's all sorts of other statutory mechanisms. But what it is the primary tool in preventing and anticipating antisocial behaviour where it arises out of the use of licensed premises, whether they're for the sale of alcohol or late night refreshment between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. The other point I'd make quickly, just before I go to my skeleton argument, just pick up a few points on that, is that as a matter of law, and this is why I lodged the decision in Luminar and Wakefield, which again was another case in which I was involved, as a matter of law, you may, and in my strong submission, you properly should consider not only the impact of granting this license, if you were to do that, within the premises, but also in the wider area. And that's what the decision in the Wakefield case does. And if Ms. Lemessurier refers to the 3 questions stated for the opinion of the High Court, for the judge, was it right for the district judge to consider issues away from the premises, the impact of the premises on the wider area? And the court said yes, 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 and yes. That's on the last page and a half of the decision. So that is a factor which, in my submission, it would be entirely appropriate for this committee to consider. Just moving, if I may, then, in my remaining maybe 4 minutes, to skeleton argument. As I say, I represent the Earls Court Residents Association, who in turn represent some 990, just short of 1,000, Residents Association members, which is not an insignificant number within the area. Their comprehensive representation may be found at pages 222 to 3 in the bundle. It's Rep 135. And a significant part of the problem, as you've heard, is in the bikes and the use of delivery riders going to the premises. Now, McDonald's may say, oh, we'll close down our app so people can't order food through the McDonald's app. But as I made the point earlier, that doesn't stop people going in and saying, I've got an order, I want to order whatever it is, a family meal or a dozen burgers or half a dozen burgers. and then they go out and deliver it. So it wouldn't address that. And as the point was made very fairly by Ms. Level, McDonald's have openly said it is our objective ultimately to go 24/7, and this is simply a staging post, albeit that we'll review the progress if the licence were to be granted. Just moving forward quickly to see, you've got my skeleton argument. That's available to you. It would be available to any court, and that is essentially sets out the fundamentals of our case. So I won't repeat anything on that if I can avoid it. Just going through very quickly. In terms of conditions, we say conditions, in practical terms, their effect is negligible. There's no evidence at all that the authorities are able to enforce conditions that night. There's no history of enforcement. The police cease operating at 12 o'clock. The inspector, again, very fairly said he'd have to bid for further officers. So the idea that there's going to be practical enforcement of conditions and observations between the hours of 2 and 5 is frankly not going to happen. And again, the point has been made, Ms. Level earlier on, that it's the council's policy that generally midnight should be the cutting off time. Well, we know that McDonald's already trade to 2. They want to go further. Obviously, it's in their commercial interest to do that. One can understand it. But that's not a factor which the licensing legislation takes into account. The legislation is obviously focused on the adverse impacts. So just moving forward quickly in the maybe minute I have left, I would ask you to look at Mr. Aziz's representation. Hopefully you'll hear from him. His daughter makes representation number 32 at page 85. And also there's one...
You have 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Well, in that case, those are my submissions, Madam. I please do invite you to consider those very carefully when making your decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Wade or Councillor Durian?
All right. I'm speaking today as chair of the Nevern Square Conservation Area, RA, as a councillor and providing a witness. I think what has to be noted is, given the time of this meeting, many residents were unable to attend because of work pressures. The two central issues, management of congregation security and the impact of delivery bikes. Congregation outside the frontage of McDonald's is a regular occurrence, whether it be customers or delivery drivers, whether it's Saturday night or Chelsea match day. The pavement is narrow. There is a loading bay immediately outside the frontage of McDonald's, which is used on a nightly basis for the co-op for a large service vehicle. So the pavement area is fully further restricted by crates and deliveries. On Saturday, the 28th of June, at approximately 22:30, I was leaving the station to go home. The pavement was crowded outside McDonald's. It was hard to pass. There was a lot of pushing and shoving of those clearly waiting to enter. 4 men came across the road from Hogarth Road, clearly having had too much to drink, with cans in hand. There was a young woman in front of me. One of the 4 men approached the woman and grabbed her breast. She was in shock, and I tried to attract the attention of the security guard, who indicated he could not engage as there were too many people outside and that he was only responsible for the security inside the store. We were immediately outside the door of the location and due to the pressure of the crowd. I talked to the young woman who was crying and suggested we call the police, but the men had moved on. She said she just wanted to go home. She didn't provide her name and address, but I did tell her to contact the police to report. She was very distressed. The fact that they had security did not provide security, Security did not manage the congregation outside the store, despite the crowds being associated with the store. I would consider that this was a failure of one of the 4 licensing objectives, prevention of crime and disorder. The second issue is related to the bike deliveries. McDonald's is a successful store. Any application for an extension of permitted hours, and this was before you made your amendment, given the present planning condition, is delivery bike dependent and in effect would be a dark kitchen. In the submissions, you will have seen the images of bikes parked up in Trebovia Road. There can be routinely up to 30 bikes at one time, waiting for the next job. And so delivery bike parking can be also in Nevern Place, Kenway Road, Earls Court Road, from 6 in the morning to about 2 in the morning. At present, residents have complained and reported about noise nuisance related litter, sitting on steps created by bike riders. There is a submission by Mr. Aziz, who I will call later as a witness. This will be the only 24/7 location in the immediate area, and so will extend the hours that the bikes will be used. And there is concern about the turning off the app and the geolocation. Another Trebovia Road hotelier has stated, the feedback from our tenants, travellers and tourists that we accommodate is that Earls Court Road is a high street that is an undesirable place to walk or live close to. Pedestrians have to negotiate litter, beggars, e-bikes parked willy-nilly, and delivery bikes and vehicles congregating en masse, and antisocial behaviour that extends almost around the clock due to the near 24/7 operation of some businesses. To go and extend hours of said chains is just going to exacerbate the problems that are not today being effectively solved. There's no effective monitoring or enforcement. And in an email from PC Hunter dated the 30th of January 2025, we're receiving more complaints regarding food delivery drivers on Trebovia and smoking cannabis alongside ASB. We shall deal with the drug allegations. However, it would be worth putting pressure on the food businesses situated in the locality to impose conditions on the drivers. Hopefully this would reduce ASB. Problem that we have, and that's the SNT, is that the vast number of complaints are early morning, from 4 in the morning to 5. Therefore, we, i.e. the SNT team, /set, would not be able to enforce the PSPO. Therefore, this fails the test on prevention of crime nuisance. In conclusion, in effect, McDonald's has applied for this license. We're not convinced that they can actually, the plans put forward are going to actually be able to control the problem. Their bike management plan is inadequate. It appears to be generic rather than reflective of the immediate location and problems. Their dispersal policy does not acknowledge the impact on residents and businesses in neighbouring residential streets of bike deliveries or litter dropping. Their security responsibility must be clarified and must be responsive both internally and externally to their frontage. McDonald's have had conditions applied to their license in the past, that they've failed on such a thing as consultation with residents' association and litter picking. With the proposed hours, it is acknowledged by the Safe Neighbourhood team, the street enforcement team, that they cannot address concerns by this location and significantly fall outside of their direct operation of noise and nuisance during the weekdays. The company fails on social responsibility to the area and it occupies. The frontage is dirty, and they do not wish to participate in community events, and so the relationship is exploitative rather than contributory. The police have already commented on the ASB, so I will hand over to my witness, Mr. Aziz. No, you talk.
My premise is located approximately 10 meters from McDonald's. I'm deeply concerned the proposal of McDonald's to operate the 24 license. This should not be considered given the ongoing serious issues caused by delivery drivers who continue to park along Trebowie Road directly beside our hotel. On the street in Trebowie Road and opposite the hotel. Most days there is bikes bay, which was initially for 6 bikes, which is being increased by 12. Every day you can come and count, there are no less than 30 plus bikes parked on the residential bays opposite Trebowie Road, and nothing is done.
Talk about yourself. Right.
Yes.
Talk about what happened to you.
These drivers frequently occupy our front porch, despite being clearly marked for fire exit. I'm forced to ask them to move on a daily basis, and in return are met with aggressive threatening and racist verbal abuse. At times there's so many drivers gathered outside that it becomes impossible safely to cross the road. We receive constant complaints from our hotel guests about the noise late at night, including the revving of the engines and loud conversations. Many request to be moved to the rooms on the opposite side of the building as a result. On 17th April 2025, I was approached 2 delivery drivers who were sitting on the hotel steps and asked politely them to move as they were obstructing the fire exit. In response, I was physically assaulted, punched in the face, knocked to the ground, stuck my head on a marble staircase. I'm 83 years old. Police were called, ambulance was called, ambulance could not attend, and I was taken by the police to the hospital. These ongoing issues are taking a serious toll on both my physical and mental health, and they're severely impacting the well-being of our guests. The situation is also extreme, damaging. For these reasons, I strongly oppose the proposal of McDonald's to operate a 24-hour basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. I guess it is time for Councillor Adurian.
And then we got Francesco, who's talking as well.
We have our list here. I think councillors go now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. Just 3 very brief points for the record, if I may, before I continue. I also requested a meeting with the applicant several months ago via the appropriate channels, but received no response. Secondly, the Public Spaces Protection Order was introduced by the Council, with the work led by the lead member for community safety, together with the community safety team, which has already been mentioned. And just briefly, as a councillor, I have consistently over the years encouraged residents to report incidents of crime or ASB directly to the police. Ma'am, you'll note from the submissions the presence of residents over the course of today, obviously the activities of local resident associations, and so on, just how much concern this application has raised. Earls Court has been battling issues of antisocial behaviour on the streets, much discussed today, and I believe that is the context in which any such request for an extension of this nature must be viewed, regardless of whether or not that particular business has actively or unwittingly contributed to it. By its presence in an area that is seeking to overcome these problems, and the presence of a public spaces protection order that validates those concerns, I would suggest that any licensed business, no matter how individually unculpable they may be, ought to have a fair and proportionate set of conditions in place on their licenses to reflect the reality of their location. Members of the committee, Ma'am, I want to see good business succeed in Earl's Court. We do not want a minority of troublemakers or sadly disturbed individuals to essentially dictate what goes on in our area. Dare I say, I would like to see a McDonald's on Earl's Court Road for a very long time to come. There is a McDonald's on almost every major high street in the country, and I don't believe for a moment that its demise would somehow lead to any kind of positive transformation for the road, quite the opposite. And I would say happily, given its location close to a well-trafficked tube station, I believe there is little for it to fear in terms of loss of business. Indeed, compared to other restaurants, and I believe Burger King is probably the most obvious comparison that already has 24-hour trading, it benefits from far, far higher footfall. So I would argue it is suffering no commercial disadvantage from not having the same right to trade between 2 to 5 a.m. But, Mum, I'd still like to be as fair as possible in approaching this application. I think to do that, we need to address the core matter that is directly and unavoidably related to McDonald's, in my view, and that is that of the delivery drivers. And perhaps I should use a more correct word so as not to confuse the matter. I'm talking about home delivery or collections or takeout by couriers rather than deliveries to the store. For many years now, we have been plagued by problems with groups of couriers congregating on street corners and everything else, which I believe has been well spoken about already by others throughout the course of today. And I fear that should the committee permit the licence extension, it is sadly the case that this will risk continuing throughout the night. I'm afraid, as we've seen from police colleagues, that they do their best. It is not guaranteed that they have the resources for round-the-clock patrols to deal with issues of that kind, despite their impact on quality of life. So I need to ask McDonald's essentially what is the quid pro quo here? If they want to stay open for longer in a PSPO area, and I actually note that they have admitted there is risk in sending their own staff outside, will they recognise the risk of additional disruption of that nature, and what do they propose to do to mitigate it? Rejuvenating the nighttime economy does not mean a blanket grant of all applications, nor does it mean ignoring the concerns of residents in a mixed commercial residential area. I hear the amendments raised by McDonald's this morning, but I would instead suggest that the most sound approach is for all takeouts, in other words, food for consumption off the premises, to be restricted to, say, 11 p.m. or midnight as necessary, unless and until McDonald's is able to comprehensively demonstrate, as part of its courier management plan, that it is able to exercise control over its own couriers and their behaviour, dismiss employees who bring it into disrepute. I cannot see how we can possibly support a home delivery service, essentially operating from the heart of a PSPO location with no break at all. The McDelivery service relies on, I believe, Uber Eats, Just Eat, and Deliveroo, who in turn rely on a whole network of couriers who are not classed as employees or essentially contractors, many of which will work for multiple couriers at the very same time. So the same driver may come to McDonald's to pick up an Uber order and return an hour later to pick up a Just Eat order, by way of example. Now, McDonald's may or appear to be arguing that this shows the couriers and what they may do outside of their premises is not their concern, or they should not be expected to exercise control over people who are not their employees, or it is up to the police to arrest people who are breaking the law. But the reality is that McDonald's directly relies on these services, and by extension these individuals, to provide its McDelivery services. Without these couriers, it will not have a home delivery service. I would therefore argue that the committee should recognise this link between the drivers, their behaviour, and McDonald's, and in fairness, the other restaurants that rely on them. It is fair, in my opinion, therefore, to impose a simple condition restricting all takeouts to a reasonable time. And I again suggest 11 p.m. would be more than appropriate. Now, this kind of condition restricting consumption of hot food to be on the premises after a certain time is perfectly standard across many authority areas. Hopefully officers will be able to confirm, and I suggest that is what the committee adopt in this case. I've proposed a number of other additional conditions in my own submission around well-trained and proactive security guards, CCTV, regular cleaning of the pavement outside, and litter picking, which I think, again, as a responsible operator wishing to operate through the night in an area covered by a PSPO, it should be more than willing to adopt, and it's good to hear about some of that already. So in conclusion, I would ask the committee, should it decide that it must grant this application to impose these fair and firm conditions that balance the ask of the business to trade longer with the right of local residents to peace and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Francesca. Please.
Okay, so I'm reading the testimony of Mr. Keith Clancy. He's a visually impaired man that lives very close to McDonald's. This is a letter that he wrote, and I'm going to read, and I got his permission, of course, to do this. So, dear Francesco, it is a pleasure to be introduced. Our building is most likely the nearest doorstep to McDonald's on Earls Court Road. It is impossible to calculate how many times I, as a blind person, have come out of our entrance hall door only to find McDonald's customers sitting on our doorsteps eating takeaways. It is extremely dangerous as a blind person to walk out of the front door only to trip over someone sitting on the steps. Countless times I've asked the McDonald's customers to move to the next doorway along, which is still part of our building, but rarely used as it is a fire escape. There, McDonald's customers could eat undisturbed without people coming in or out. Not only is it an issue when leaving the building, arriving home is equally problematic. Imagine being a blind person arriving home carrying a white cane in one hand and shopping containing glass bottles and jars in the other. If someone is sitting silently on the steps, you have no idea they're there. On multiple occasions, I've been arrived home and tripped, breaking items in my shopping because a silent McDonald's customer was sitting in the way and said nothing as I approached. McDonald's customers sitting on our steps is a serious hazard, occurring several times a week, often several times a day. That is one issue. The other is the continuous litter left by McDonald's customers, which is unstoppable. If one is the first out of the building in the morning, it is a genuine struggle to get through the discarded McDonald's boxes and cartons. Throughout the day, as we clear the debris, it is instantly replaced. Often the wrappers are accompanied by glass bottles left on or around the steps. One can never be sure what trash is where, so leaving or arriving home always requires extreme care. Both issues, McDonald's customers occupying our entrance steps and leaving litter, have been a constant nuisance since I moved into my current address in 1996. On numerous occasions, I've lost patience and gone into McDonald's to speak with the managers, but I've had zero success. When I explained that McDonald's customers had been leaving their garbage on our doorstep every day for years, it had no impact. In the 29 years since I moved, I've not made a millimeter of progress in getting McDonald's to take responsibility for the garbage left by the customers on the streets and doorsteps of Earls Court, nor do I believe we ever will. McDonald's appears to have no interest in hygiene, appearance, or well-being of the Earls Court community. Our building also shares a rear boundary with McDonald's adjacent to our garden. In all these years, no one from McDonald's has ever made any effort to liaise with us about noise, smell, or general neighborly concerns. I suspect they never will. One of the main reasons so many McDonald's customers choose to sit and eat on our steps rather than inside the restaurant itself is that while eating outside, they can drink alcohol and smoke, both of which are prohibited inside the premises. This makes our steps an attractive spot for those wishing to combine their meal with drinking or smoking, behavior that inevitably increases noise, nuisance, and antisocial conduct. If a 24-hour license were granted, this problem would escalate dramatically. Our doorway would become a late-night gathering point for drinkers and partygoers seeking somewhere to hang out, eat, and drink after other venues have closed. The combination of late-night footfall, alcohol, noise, and litter would transform our entrance from a residential doorstep into an all-night destination. For a blind resident like myself, and indeed for all residents of our building, this would make our daily lives intolerable. It would compromise safety, peace, and hygiene at all hours, not just during the current daytime and evening peaks. For these reasons, I strongly believe that granting McDonald's in Earls Court a 24-hour license would be a grave mistake. It would worsen existing safety and environmental hazards, encourage antisocial behavior, and show disregard for the welfare of local residents who already suffer from McDonald's lack of community responsibility. Kind regards, Keith Mortimer Clancy. So just to end my speech, this is a fact, this is not passion. Thank you very much.
What I'd like to do now, are there any more objectors who are going to speak? No. So, oh, yes.
Just very
Are you
briefly.
listed because you spoke before?
Just very briefly,
Okay.
if I may. As I say, reintroduce myself, Robert Adams, Chair of the Eardley Crescent Residents Association. We are quite far away from this. And basically, in the Crescent, you will just see McDonald's cups everywhere. So that just gives you an idea of setting a scene on that. We did an extensive survey of 105 objectors to it within the Crescent, and there were 3 who were largely ambivalent to it. What we do believe is that we should have, following on from Hamish's excellent point here, is that we should have something in the region of a community impact study before you make a decision on this. Because there are so many people who would like to be here but are at work. I'm semi-retired, so I can afford to be here. But can you see how it's thinned out? Andrea had to go back to work and so forth. So I do believe that we should have a stay of execution on this in concerning McDonald's. I am not against McDonald's. I happen to be.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Are you a registered objector? I don't think governments
Yes.
have.
Well, I'm.
Did you put an objection? Sorry, can we just?
Well, I am.
Are you listed on? Sorry, let's look in the pack. Okay, because if you aren't able to speak unless you're a witness for somebody. What page?
All right. Well, fine.
Sorry, can
if
you
you
just
want
bear
to
with 1
silence
second?
me, that's absolutely fine.
What was
But
the
I
name of
didn't-
the Residents Association? I didn't catch it because they're listed on page 304.
So Robert
Eardley
Evans.
Crescent Residents Association.
Sorry, which residents association are you?
Eardley Crescent
Did
Residents.
you write in the representation for the
No.
Eardley Crescents?
Well, if you wish to silence me, then that's fine.
It's a bit late in the day to ask for a stay on this.
Who's asked for the stay? I mean, it's fine. If you wish to stay, I will take that back to our residents. I'm just simply going for a couple of very important points, and I don't wish to repeat what has already been said.
I think the issue is, to be able to speak, you need to be a registered objector.
Exactly.
And the only other way to be able to speak is to be one of the registered objectors' witnesses. And even then, you can't bring in your own evidence. You can only amplify their evidence. So unless there's someone here who is Councillor Wade.
This was discussed at the Earls Court Society Planning and Conservation Group, which has chairs of residents' associations. Robert is a chair, and I think what is interesting about it is he would be technically outside the zone that would be considered for rubbish, noise or waste. So I think it is relevant because at the moment we're looking at a very small area.
So you're saying you're willing for him to be your witness, providing he doesn't
Yes,
go beyond
please.
what you've said. Mr. Sharon Belides, can I have your comments on that, please?
Well, Mum, as your solicitor has made clear, this is a regime. There's a time limit to make representations. Those people who make representations have a right to attend and speak. Anyone that makes representations, so the ward councillor for her ward, can get witnesses to speak to her representations. So this residents association wants to talk about their experience, which is outside her ward, outside the relevant area. It doesn't add anything to...
We're in her ward.
Well, you know, I think it's highly inappropriate, but I think he was wrapping up. I just think it is highly inappropriate. Effectively, what you've got is someone who's not made representations using the procedures not necessarily properly in order to make up for the fact that they're not a party. So I am objecting to it, but I'm very much in your hands.
Okay, so to be fair, I mean, obviously, if he does wrap up and finish, obviously anything that doesn't accord with Councillor Wade's submission will be given very little weight if he goes over and beyond. Are you okay if he continues on that basis?
I think that's fair, as long as you recognise that not everything should be given equal weight, because the legal test is relevance. Then yes, I mean you know that's sufficient.
Yes, I think, Mr. Adams, why don't you carry on as long as you stay within the parameters of Councillor Wade's arguments? That was my point, really.
I would say that, you know, they're lay people that are chairs of residents' associations. It is under the umbrella of the Earls Court Society, and I would say the applicant at the beginning of this meeting threw a complete googly by actually asking for an amendment. So I think that the context is that if they're permitted to put an amendment, which is substantial, that actually a chair of a residents' association that comes under the umbrella should be allowed to speak.
They are entitled to make an amendment, that is legally permissible, and there is a structure as to who can make representations, but obviously what we're saying is yes, you can continue, but obviously you're continuing as Councillor Wade's witness. That's the only way to admit you legally. But obviously you need to keep what you've got to say in accordance. You can't go above and beyond what she's said. You can amplify what she said in her statement. But obviously if you do start going off-piste and start talking about stuff which hasn't been introduced as evidence as part of the process, then it won't be given any weight. But please feel free to continue.
Amplification. I would view it as an amplification.
Or that be for the committee to decide. Thank you.
Okay, I'm really supporting both Councillor Wade and Councillor Hamish, who've worked tirelessly for us, even though they're different political parties on it. I'm almost sort of summarising on the point that if you agree to this application, that we need this, I object to it, but I would suggest that we need a community impact survey on it before it is actually ruled, because there are, in my crescent, there are 105 people who are against it. And I tried to play devil's advocate and say, well, surely you want a McDonald's burger at 3 o'clock in the morning. And their concern was, it was the antisocial behaviour that would come as a result of that. And that's largely it. We do need a much wider consultation on it, and I think a very good point that is being brought up by Hamish is that we're looking at stopping all deliveries, you know, from 11 o'clock at night until what is it? Was it 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock you were going to go for?
Can I just interject here? We can't take away what they've already got. They've got till 2 o'clock. We cannot scale back. We're looking between 2 and 5.
This is what would happen with the Community Impact Survey. And I believe other boroughs have done this and that they have actually changed. You know, I just don't accept the argument that we have a massive problem in this area. It has been recognised. The other side will have to recognise that problem, even though that they're not completely complicit in the entirety of that problem, and that we need a proper community impact survey as this is a whole aspect of it. You know, it just isn't working. And the other point that I brought up was the objection, well, it wasn't an objection, but a question for Greg over here, was that part of that survey would bring up a very valid point we discussed before lunch, just going into the lunch break, is that could we have part of that community impact survey would bring up, well, if these fast food outlets wish to extend their hours, extend their deliveries. I support business. I'm a businessman. I expect that. They've got to pay for it. So we've got to have out-of-hours police officers who are paid in the same way as the Knightsbridge model, which they've got, which Greg, I'm sure, could elucidate on that. So that is why I believe, and I know I represent the residents, we live towards the end of this area, but that's what we need. We need a community impact survey study done on it, where we can look at these problems and look at it holistically as a group. Okay?
We need to determine the application before us. We can't put the application in abeyance, and obviously whether or not there's a cumulative impact
You could
zone is
defer
separate.
it. You could defer the application until that study has been carried out. This is one of the worst wards. This is one of the worst wards. I used to come back from America. I believe the chair over there is American, and I would take the 1145 American Airlines coming into here. I do not feel safe when it was still flying. I do not feel safe walking back, to Eardley Crescent. I simply do not feel safe. Well, I would feel quite safe here in Kensington High Street, where McDonald's has a 24-hour license already. It's completely different, and the Inspector Greg here has highlighted that difference. So we do need a community impact survey done, and we need to pause on these decisions until that is done, to look at it holistically with the police, with the residents' associations, before we make a decision on this. And it's not going to affect their business model, as already been explained by our learned councillor here. They're earning an extraordinary amount of money out of their McDonald's, and rightly so. We want them to earn the money. But we need this community impact survey, and other boroughs do it. And I call upon you to bring that in.
Are there any other objectors who'd like to speak? Sorry. I know. First of all, I would like to have the governance put up the photographs that Linda Wade sent in as evidence. Okay, what is this, please? Okay, what is your point here on this one? I'd like you to explain
All right,
the photos.
there appears to be a rough sleeper slumped inside the doorway of McDonald's.
Okay, and what time of the day was that?
Think, that was definitely after 11 o'clock. It was quite late, as you can tell from. I don't have my.
Okay.
I don't have my.
And that's on
mobile.
the street, not inside the shop.
Sorry.
It's in the doorway, or outside, or inside?
You can see an individual in the doorway of the frontage of McDonald's. Can you see that person?
Yeah, I see that, but I'm just asking you, is it on the pavement or in the shop?
It's actually in the curtilage of the business.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Next shot.
Mum, with respect, there's a timestamp. It says 9:30 p.m.
Oh, that's very...
It is that your staff aren't actually asking them to move on.
Okay. Next picture, please. What is this?
This is Trebovia Road, and it's an indication of the congregation of bikers.
Okay. Next picture, please.
This is a TfL route and pavement, and therefore bikes should not be parked either on the pavement or the street.
Where is it?
It's immediately outside McDonald's on Earls Court Road.
Okay. Next shot, please.
The same location.
Yes, but what are you showing us here?
I'm showing you that there is a biker, I think that's Uber Eats, from the colouring.
Just Eat, yes.
Just Eats. And they'd just been in to McDonald's, so.
Okay, how do you know that? Sorry? How do you know they've just been in McDonald's?
Because I took the photograph.
And you saw them coming out? Okay, next picture, please. What is this?
First of all, you've got a bike parked on a strategic road network, and secondly, you have a beggar outside the frontage of the store on Earls Court Road.
That's during the day? Yeah. Okay.
I can assure you the pictures have been taken when people have been seen, but the fact is that people don't necessarily have the camera, want to take their camera out late at night, but it does. It's a pattern.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next picture, please.
I think that shows the amount of bikes that congregate in basically the area next door to Nando's was an allocation for 10. Then they expanded the bike parking. You will see that their bikes parked on the double yellow line. They're also, when it's that crowded, normally they're actually parked in resident parking. That's in Trebovia Road.
Right. And I assume a lot of them are related to Nando's deliveries, is that correct?
Nando's is more of a sit-down. I'm not saying they don't have takeaways, but and we did have quite a lot of discussions with the management of Nando's when they started up. But actually, the majority of the business, I would have said, about at least 90% of Nando's business is sit-down rather than takeaway. And also, you can tell by the litter that actually you might get the odd Nando's bag in the street, but the predominant one is McDonald's in Trebovia Road.
No, it's true. Yeah, and the delivery, you're saying the rubbish there.
All right, so the people may, as somebody said, want to come in and sit down in McDonald's and eat. But actually what we have along the first section, because Trebovia Road breaks at Templeton Place, one, you have the end of munch zone, so you have waste from that. But you also got people sitting on the steps of number 2, number 6, number 16, Trebovia Road. You've got people going into sit in Orpen House, which is 10 to 14. And on the other side, you have Mr. Aziz at my place, which is 1 to 3. Next door to that, you've got the Romanian embassy staff quarters. Next door to that, you've got a hotel where they sometimes sit. It's people coming out and they sit on the steps, they eat, they discard their waste. They don't take it with them, they just leave it. And also, we've got to consider the behavior of the delivery bike drivers. They can be quite aggressive if they're asked to, because both of the pavements are quite narrow. And we have an old people's home just a little bit further down. And sometimes we have people that they can't walk down the road because they might have their bikes there, but then they're leaning against the wall. Actually, if you go along and you look at the wall, the white wall of Nando's, you will see all their footmarks on the wall, because but it limits the space that the actual pavement can be used. So I acknowledge that there are other takeaway places, but if you actually examine the waste that we find in Trebovia Road, and it's something that I took up with the manager just after the first section, we have had a series of Earls Court waste collections with residents coming together, and we did at the time ask McDonald's whether they would join in, a bit of community collective waste collection. They weren't interested, and it's primarily because you've got one manager perhaps, and you might have one member of staff.
Okay, thank you. There's some other pictures. One came in yesterday at about 4 o'clock. Yeah, what is this picture?
This is a picture of the doorstep and what it looks like after people have sat there.
And where is it?
That one's in Nevin Place, but we knew that it's another location because, as you see, there are a lot of bikes in Trevovia Road. And so what's happening is people are going into Henley Road, they're going into Earls Court Road, Earls Court Gardens, but the next parking space for them is in Nevin Place.
Right, and how do you connect this to McDonald's?
Because I've seen them go backwards and forwards. It's a collection point. The point is, this is where bikers are, and they collect from McDonald's and other places. But you can tell from the waste, and I think I spared you some of the...
Well, the waste is a tin of beer, and they don't sell alcohol, Councillor Wade.
No, but I've seen wrappers which come from McDonald's.
Not in this picture. There's nothing there to connect it with McDonald's.
But it's indicative. I would say it's indicative of how some of our doorsteps look like.
Yeah, but we're here on an application for 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
No,
only. And we're bringing in everything. We're bringing in all of Earls Court's issues, and we're bringing in so many parallel issues that aren't related to this application, and it's not fair to the applicant. We can't just bring every time there's an application in Earls Court. You cannot come in here with everything about Earls Court. It's just not on. It's not effective. It's not representing your area. So please, show us things that are representative, not saying, oh, McDonald's did this, McDonald's did that, without any proof. It's just irrelevant.
No, it's actually relevant insofar as this happens late at night. All right, and this is probably what we pick up during the day, but it can be replicated.
You're saying it could happen.
No, I'm saying it does happen.
Right, but it does happen, but is it connected only to McDonald's, or is it connected to McDonald's at all?
I think that when you collect wrappers, which say McDonald's on them...
But these do not say McDonald's. It's a tin of beer. They don't sell alcohol there.
If you look at the condition of the steps, you will see that the people have actually eaten as well.
Yes, I do, but it doesn't say McDonald's. Okay, let's move on to the next photograph, please. This one does say McDonald's. Good, so you have actual proof here, and that's great. Let's move on to the next one. I don't know what that says.
Someone eating McDonald's on the side.
Okay, yeah.
That's all of them, Chair.
That's it?
That's all of them.
Okay, that's very helpful. Now we'll get into the questions. Councillor Noor, do you have any questions of the objectors?
I mean, we heard what you have to say, and thank you for your time for today. And my question is, what are the main anticipated impacts of residents if this license is extended to 5 o'clock? The main one. We know there's a lot of issues. The main impact, you think?
Perhaps the chap from Eardley Circle,
Yeah.
Eardley Crescent, you should probably speak to that question. Okay, we'll say it again. Sure.
Yeah, I'll repeat. I mean, we heard a lot of issues from the different speakers and the objectors. But what are the main ones in terms of impact to the local resident if this application is extended from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock?
it is the cumulative effect on it, which I think is what Councillor Hamish has had. So we cannot blame McDonald's for everything. I like a Big Mac, okay? So, and we do not want to see McDonald's close down or not be here. You know, we live in a society, in a society that represents and likes business. Business makes this country go. But it's the cumulative impact of this. Because if we give in and we give them the license, then there'll be another license for Nando's to go on, and it just will go on. And that's what I'm just simply saying, is that we're not saying no to business and to McDonald's. I prefer Burger King. But I'm just saying that we need to look at this for this particular area, given the significant number of vulnerable people who live in this particular area. So I'm saying that this, I would not be objecting if it was here in Kensington High Street, you know, because people, you know, this is it. We're a liberal democracy. We should allow people to go out and have a burger at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay? It's not very good for you, but we should allow that. But it doesn't work in Earls Court Ward. It is so unique. I've lived here for 14 years. And when I get young people, because I've played the devil's advocate, I've said to them, do you want your burger at 3 o'clock in the morning? I don't, because I can't afford to have one. Okay? And they say, no, we don't. We'd rather not have that because of the cumulative impact. So just one tiny point that I bring out about this is that, and this is not McDonald's, it's Burger King as well. I have intercepted them coming out Earls Court Road, they go down Pennywern Road, and then they head across illegally, this is the bike drivers, they head across illegally into Italy Crescent. There's 2 people that we've seen, they nearly bowled over, and I've actually stopped one. That was from Burger King. That is not McDonald's. But it's the cumulative impact of this. And that's what I hope, sir, that we have a pause on it until we can actually look at this with the police, and there may be a solution where the police, talking to Greg just before the lunch or just interfering with his lunch break, there may be a situation where we get all of the fast food outlets, those who want those extended lines, they actually employ 1 or 2 policemen. And I'm sure that they could actually afford that. So these are the things that we've got to look at. And I just do believe, I do hope that you do not approve of this now, but you put a pause on this until we can all bring the Residents' Association, bring everybody together. I'm a sort of share the love guy. You know, there's a bit of too much of objection and an applicant, and I do believe that we could come closer together and look at the uniqueness of Earls Court, and we could get a better solution rather than just grant them a license now, because as soon as we grant them a license now, guess what? If I was earning Nando's or whatever it is, I would be applying for the same license, and you wouldn't be able to stop me, right? Thank you very much, sir.
The impact of an extended hours would have a significant, present a significant problem for people in Trebovia Road. One, because if it's late night, and say it's during the week, that actually people are going to be walking along Trebovia Road in order to get the late night buses, so that you'd have traffic. Because of the way that the bike riders work, i.e. they arrive in an area because of in anticipation of work, you will continue to have congregation. And the images that you saw of where the bikes are, you've got to remember people are living there. And actually we know that the bikes are there from about 6 o'clock in the morning, as it is at the moment, through to about 4. Extending the hours will extend that problem. The applicant might say that they will turn off the app, but this does not mean to say that because of the way bike people work, as I said, they arrive in anticipation of work rather, so you've got this, they're not commissioned by Deliveroo, Uber Eats, whatever, they're not commissioned by the outlet, so you have that gap which creates that problem. Thank you.
I have a few questions.
Sorry, Chair, I wonder if I could address that as well on behalf of the Earls Court Society, or not? Thank you. in terms of the negative impacts for the Earls Court Society, just to say again, of course, it represents 990 members of its body, and it acts as an umbrella body for the other societies in the area. A direct impact would be, inevitably, that there will be more people attracted to the area between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., which, as we've heard, is a period of relative quiet compared with the other 21 hours of the day. And that residents would lose that, so they would lose that small, more peaceful time. Secondly, we know it's already an area of high antisocial behaviour, and it can only make a very bad situation worse by, again, attracting more people in the area when otherwise they wouldn't come. So those are two obvious impacts. Thank you, Chair.
So I have a few questions. Whoever wants to answer it, yeah, fine. The first one is the applicants have sort of been quite forthcoming with options to alleviate the concerns that you have. Some of the concerns, for example, litter. They said they're willing to do more litter sweeps. We could when we come to another bit, we could discuss how that would work. And they said that they are happy to get an SIA badge holder, and they have good CCTV, and they work quite well with the police. All these things, does any of that alleviate any of your concerns at all? And the fact that currently, okay, it may be just current, but currently they're not seeking delivery. They do have it up until 2, which cannot be changed. That's not what we're here for today. Does any of that give you any reassurance?
I think one of the concerns is there have been a number of conditions placed on this premises, one of them being consultation with the local residents association, which happens to be, as this sits within a conservation area, Nevin Square. We received no approaches, even to consult. So to come forward, though it's positive and we can take it forward, but to come forward with mitigations at this stage, which could potentially have been discussed with businesses and residents that were directly affected before we got to this stage. I think I would have felt very much happier. And there was mention of an email that was sent to me on July the 17th. I went into the store to talk to the manager about it because it was something directly related, and have had no response. So community engagement, it's community engagement, social responsibility for the area that you work in. To come back with these suggestions at this late stage is disappointing, given the volume of objections submitted. They could have taken that opportunity to come back and talk to the Earls Court Society. They could have come back and taken that opportunity to talk to the Devon Square Conservation Area Residents Association, and they didn't take that opportunity.
ECDC, do approach all of our residents' associations. There's lots of objections and so forth. But I just don't think, Mr. McDonald's, you really have done anything about that, in approaching us and looking at it. And if I do believe that something is with us, with Greg here, with the police, in getting people, with those people who have those extended licenses, should pay for extra off-duty policemen to come in. Now, it's a difficult thing that Greg's got to work through with, but it is being achieved, correct, Greg, in Knightsbridge? So I think that is certainly, if I could take that back to my residents, that would be something. And I do believe that McDonald's, and perhaps together, and you'd be sharing it with Burger King, because they've already got their 24-hour license.
Okay. Do you... did someone else want to... Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mom,
Earls Court Society would only say it'll be a question for the committee, subcommittee, to take a view on the evidence it has before you as to what confidence it can have that McDonald's would comply with these offers. As you say, they've come up with a number of things, including particularly today, suggestions and offers that things they might do in the future. But what confidence can you have in those offers based on their track record in the past? Because again, we've heard from a number of residents that they have no confidence at all that McDonald's, they've made approaches direct to them. We heard directly from Mr. Zablini talking on behalf of Mr. Clancy, who's made repeated requests. He's even been in there, and he said he had zero confidence in McDonald's being able to address such matters. So, again, I think it's a question of evidence, what confidence the committee could place on those kind of representations.
Thank you. Okay, so do you...
Does the police want to say something?
Oh.
Sorry, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, just in terms of the reference for the funding, we don't have physical funding for Knightsbridge at present. I'm not sure if you're getting confused with the My Local Bobby that exists as part of the Safer Business District. That is a completely separate entity to ourselves. And as I covered off during our Q&A, it can be looked into if there was a necessity. I wouldn't have the legality myself. I would have to pass that up the relevant chains, but it's just for the record that obviously we don't have that there.
Through your legal advisor, obviously, I've gone. The microphone is very wise; it's switching me off. But this is a discussion led by you, and obviously you've got all those parties that have made representations, and you should hear from them. But on behalf of my client, we're very concerned that, with no disrespect intended, people who have not made representations, who are here in a capacity as witnesses for others, are raising personal issues to their concerns and their residents' associations when they're just not a party to the proceedings. So it might be safer and fairer if your questions and answers come from those people that actually have a right to be here and respond to your questions.
That is a fair point. I think we should direct our questions, and obviously Mr. Evans was admitted as a witness for Councillor Wade, but you should direct your questions to the registered objectors. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Okay, so as there are already places that are open till 5 in the morning, how much impact do you think McDonald's will have? Because in some of the examples are given, they've had maybe, let me get this right, they've had, like, 1 second, so 33 customers at 5 a.m. That's probably, I would assume that would be a lot of like night workers maybe coming off shift or about to go into work or something. So lots of locals, I would assume in my head. How much impact do you think it will have? Because that was like the highest number in the hours in which we're talking that I noticed. Otherwise, it's like 4 or 8 customers throughout the night. So how much impact do you actually think McDonald's adding to the mix would create?
Can I answer to this? So actually there's only...
No, Mr. Zebolini has not made any representations. He very kindly read a statement by someone who has made representations, but he is not a party, he is not a witness, and so getting evidence from him would be entirely inappropriate, and this discussion is definitely moving into inappropriate area. The representation he's speaking to is on page 192. Mr. Clancy's rep is there. It was dictated to Sandra Yarwood. She wrote it down for him. Mr. Zebolini has very kindly read Mr. Clancy's statement as per his request, but that's where his service and contributions adds. It's not for him to just start giving evidence because he happens to be here. It goes way beyond the service he's done.
Well, look, just one thing, okay? I don't know the rules about
Perhaps
this.
if you could get some legal advice on this.
Sorry,
I'm also the chair of the Earls Court Society.
Right, so let's just be clear. People who can speak at the hearing are people who made registered objections. So they're listed on pages 304 to 307. Mr. Aziz's daughter made a representation, and therefore he could speak to her representation. Mr. Evans was as a witness as for Councillor Wade, but we can't start having questions and people involved in discussions who aren't registered objectors, because that will make us susceptible to a challenge at the end of the day. So I think we need to be mindful of that. So perhaps get someone else to ask a question, I think is the answer.
What's your question?
So do you want me to repeat the question? Whoever can answer the question.
No,
Oh,
don't.
sorry.
Stop.
My apologies if Mr. Zebellini is indeed the chair of a residents a residents association that has made reps, and he can point us to that rep, then obviously I don't have a problem with him participating. I'm not trying to be obstructive, but I think it's really important to make sure that people who've lawfully engaged with the process continue to lawfully engage with the process. So Mr. Zebellini, if you're the chair of an association that has made a representation,
Do
then
you
please,
agree with that?
but maybe if you could clarify that, and then we could look at the page number and confirm that you're supposed to be here, then I wouldn't have that objection. So,
Which residents association are you with, Mr?
I'm the chair of the Earls Court Society.
And, sorry, just looking, sorry, governance, can you just confirm whereabouts? So 135. Who wrote?
222.
Page 222, let's have a look. Okay. So the co-chairs of the Earls Court Society wrote the representation from the Earls Court Society on page 222. Was that you, one of them?
Yeah.
So he's saying that, so please, beg your pardon, yes, you have made a
again,
representation.
and my apologies too, but there's so many reps and so many people, it's important to just be on top of
no
it. So
worry.
thank you very
No
much.
So my answer to the question, if I can now, is that the effect is going to be double. Because you already have a place that is Burger King that is open until 5, and it's the only one. So if you have another place that is open till 5, like McDonald's, since there is one now, there's going to be 2. So the effect is going to be double. Very simple.
The point is really, according to, I believe, Mr. Butterworth's study, and just in general, there's only a finite amount of people that are out between 2 to 5. So don't you think it could take, one could take the view, if there's 2 places open, that if there's 30 people out, it could be split. It's not going to double the amount of people coming to the area, because how many people are up at that time?
Well, in the short term, I think you're right, and I agree. But in the long term, it's what has already been said in life from other people, by other people, that if Earls Court becomes a point in which people know that there are places that are open 24/7, well, lots of people are going to go there. So in the short term, I agree with you. Right? What happens is that, the people of now using Burger King are going to just use the 2 of them. But in the long term, which is actually what we are scared about, this becomes, in people's mind, a destination place for 24/7 premises. And that will attract people coming from elsewhere. That's my point. Well, it's just a thought.
You have a concern, I understand that.
That's
right. Okay. What I would like is that everyone, we're going to move on. Do you have any questions? Can we deal with it during
mine
conditions?
will come out during conditions.
Police, any questions?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Applicant, any questions? Because what I'd like to do, let me tell you, I'd like to really go into the conditions, and everyone should participate, because I think we need to address with specific remedies, or possible remedies, what our concerns are, instead of everyone speculating.
Ma'am, I'm very happy to agree with your approach. I have no questions, and I would dread to find myself disagreeing with your approach. So I'm in perfect accord with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, 1 second, please. I'm American and I'm very practical, but I'm also British and I've been here longer than you were born. So, yes. But, and I also have experience in hospitality. I think it's much better that all of us open up, express our concerns, and let's see what we can do about it, okay? So I'm going to turn over to our lawyer, and that would include you, Mr. Adams. So I'd like you to mention what your concerns are, because maybe we can address them in the conditions, or at least, your?
Who are you including? Mr. Evans?
Yeah. See, are you Adams or Evans?
Registered speaker.
Adams. Oh, you're not registered, so you can't speak. Okay, but Councillor Adurian can, Councillor Wade can, and I think Francesco, you can speak. Okay, so let's get cracking on this, and let's try to speak productively.
Right. Everybody's seen the conditions that were circulated yesterday by governance. Now, obviously, the applicant has amended the application, so they have said that there's going to be two conditions, that between the hours of 2 and 5 there will be no delivery drivers, so no late night refreshment outdoors in respect of delivery drivers. And they've also offered a condition to have a minimum of one SIA Monday to Sunday between 2 and 5, but obviously in reality they said that probably would have meant more than 2 to 5, 10 till 5 because of the practicalities of it. So with those conditions in mind, I think the first thing I wanted to ask before we start going into all the conditions was, obviously you've got your existing licence till 2 and all these conditions have been offered, and you've got not many conditions on your current licence. Will all these proposed conditions apply across the board?
So what I can do for the vast majority for them, and I can indicate as we go through them which they are, for the most part, whether or not the committee grant the extension from 2 a.m., I'll indicate which conditions I'm happy for them to add to the licence. So one of the options the committee would have is, I refuse the licence, but I'm going to impose those conditions. So in order to bring it up to date, I'd like to take the opportunity to do that, if I may.
Okay. So you'll indicate which ones apply across the board and which ones you're saying apply between 2 and 5. Okay,
Yep.
Fine. Right, okay. I've noted existing conditions 1 to 4. They've kind of been superseded or added into other conditions, so I won't touch them. So number 5. I've made suggestions in red, but obviously if other people have comments to make, please chip in. So number 5 is the daily incident log. I don't have an issue with that condition. Does anybody else have any comments on 5?
Very happy to accept that condition irrespective of what's decided on hours.
So 20.
So number 5.
Okay.
It's standard practice in any of our stores.
And the same for the CCTV condition?
Same for the CCTV, yes.
Right, I've just added some wording into 7, which kind of was from one of your other sentences, but I've just incorporated it into the condition wording. Do you have any comments on that?
So just, it's definitely accredited conflict training, but it's not provided by the Securities Industry Act Association. So I would actually take out the word SIA, because our training provider is Mabo, who are the trainer. They sometimes train SIA, for example.
Okay.
So it just needs to be accredited conflict management training.
Okay, and would that be an all or all condition?
It's
Does anybody
standard practice.
Okay. Does anybody have any? Just please pipe up if you want to ask a question.
Yes, I believe previously we seemed to be under the impression that it would be an SIA.
There's a separate condition for SIA.
That's a separate one, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we're moving on to the SIA. Number 8. So you've offered a minimum. So this is, obviously we're going to be looking at amending number 8. So we're looking at a minimum of 1 SIA on duty Monday to Sunday, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Yes, Councillor Wade.
I think I'd like to have clarification as to the scope of the SIA, if they're responsible, as indicated, just to the inside of the premises, or what the extent, what's the remit outside? Because when you have congregation, that can go from the front door of McDonald's onto the street, onto the loading bay. So that's where I'd like clarification of the area.
Mr. Sharon?
Yeah, I think the councillor raised the point in her submissions, and I think it was a good question and a good observation, but it does unfortunately have a sort of legal and practical answer. The point is, and I'm sure the police will confirm this, a Security Industry Act accredited door supervisor is accredited to supervise the door of a particular premises. They're not a policeman, they don't have investigative powers, they can't intervene. So if they start stepping away from the door and go too far away, they would be going beyond their remit. So in the example where I don't know if it was during the day or at night, the young lady was assaulted by some people carrying cans of alcohol, and she was distressed. What the SIA can do is say, come into the store, do you want to call the police? If the images had been captured on our cameras, they could have said, we can give these images to the police. But the idea of turning an SIA into something they're not gets the SIA into trouble, takes them away from their duties, and actually potentially leads to conflict. Because if you're in the drink and some person who's not a police officer comes up to you in your face and says, what are you doing? You're in trouble. It's just causing problems. I don't know if the police could comment on that, and specifically whether they would encourage the SIA to become sort of rogue policemen.
If I may, Chair, so I agree with what you say, but I would remind everybody that obviously everyone has a sort of common law powers. So obviously that doing the right thing, the right time would also apply to everyone, really.
I agree, but there are those limits to what's right, and there's practical things. And I don't know whether this officer acted right on this occasion or not, or whether they could have done more or something different. But let's not forget they're there to do a particular job, and being challenged in that way may not always be right. But it is something I'm taking away, and it's something that we will look at and think about.
I think that the concern is, as I said before, it's a narrow pavement. If you have congregation immediately outside the business, whose responsibility then is it to move them on if they are associated with McDonald's? I mean, because it means that on occasion, all right, there was one particular one which I illustrated, but on a number of, quite often, you will find there is a congregation immediately outside the store which makes actually pedestrian skirting through absolutely impossible. So I recognize what you say about the SIA, but you haven't addressed the problem of how you're going to manage the congregation outside store, which prevents access, people going through, and also it can get quite lively.
So you're distinguishing loitering people outside versus like an incident outside at this stage?
Yes, I mean that was the problem, on that. If on occasion, and it will happen a couple of times a month, I don't pass that often. One tries to avoid it. You can't pass the frontage because of congregation. So if the security guys can't disperse or ask them to move on or come into store or have you had your order, go away, actually we still have a potential problem.
Once again, I completely agree with Councillor Wade. I got your name right this time. It's taken me all day. On my site visits, I've noticed that area does have congestion and does have people, and in much the same way, and I'm sure the police will confirm, that homelessness is not illegal. Congregating on the public highway is also not illegal. So there's two parts to this question. One is what's the role of the SIA, and two, what's the role of our dispersal policy. So the role of the SIA, particularly in respect of people that might be coming out of the store or in respect of delivery drivers, would quite properly be engagement, please move on, don't park your bike there, don't hang around outside. In the event that they're and that's a judgment call. So that's part of SIA training and part of our dispersal policy. And in the event that there are difficult people who, so for example, we've heard about aggressive begging or people committing antisocial behaviour, then the appropriate thing would be when SIA are there for them to use their body-worn cam, to use Staff Safe, to contact the police, because the appropriate people to move, I guess, antisocial or disorderly crowds is actually not is the police. So people on a busy high road, whether it's outside the tube station or McDonald's or the M&S or the Pret or any of the other stores that are on that high street, it's a fine balance. But I think that balance is met by the fact that we've got the conditions in the operating schedule.
Thank you.
Aware that I haven't answered your question, Lindsay. I think your question was about one SIA. So the current condition worded number 8 is that there's one SIA that's risk assessed, and our experience since we've been there in 2023 is that we use SIA during match days, so when we're not, licensable, and then the condition that you just mentioned about 2 a.m. to 5 would be in addition to that, and that would also be a minimum of 1.
All right, so there's 2 parts. There's
Yeah.
the risk assessment for before.
Yeah.
But definitely Monday to Friday at minimum of 1 SIA on duty from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. So keeping that. So obviously, so the other
Monday
two...
to Sunday.
Sorry?
Monday to Sunday.
Sorry, that's what I meant, Monday to Sunday.
Yeah.
So the 2 that are printed on the sheet, they are across the board
So
conditions.
it's number 8, yeah.
And the time limited one, 2 to 5, is obviously time limited. Okay, thank you.
So there'll be an 8.2 for 2 a.m. onwards if the licence is granted. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Right, moving on to number 9. I've just added the words "and delivery drivers." Are you okay with that?
Yes, though I should say, of course, that where there are people that are around the corner and beyond our site, then that's more difficult. But we can actively monitor them on the premises, just outside the premises, and through our procedures and through our engagement with the third-party delivery services.
Yeah, it does say reasonable steps, doesn't it? So, yeah. Number 10, I've just kind of slightly reworded.
Sorry, could we go back to number 9?
Yes.
If I may. Is delivery drivers the correct phrase in this context?
Has it been used elsewhere?
Delivery drivers is what you use in your policy. I've been thinking about the sort of condition, and I wonder whether there'd be greater clarity from the use of the word third-party delivery drivers, because that reflects, it covers everyone from Uber Eats through to Deliveroo and anyone that might be engaged. I struggle to think of any examples nowadays of any premises that now still use their own delivery people. I think it's pretty much, I'm looking to Jeremy and other colleagues that do this a lot. Sorry?
Do McDonald's.
Domino's and Pizza Hut apparently, so apologies. But I think third-party delivery drivers might provide some clarity.
Councillor Durian?
The reason I was asking is that there should be no confusion as to delivery as in takeaway with delivery to the store. So that's my point,
yeah, I think
rather than who is providing the actual
there's normally
service.
a separate condition where it makes it clear deliveries to. Sorry, I've got my very focus on. Where's the delivery
I have
one?
a question also about deliveries.
Yeah, number 23, deliveries to the premises. And then the other ones are kind of like deliveries from the premises.
I have a question, and it may not be possible, but if it is possible, it seems, especially considering what Councillor Wade said, that there is an issue with the drivers eating McDonald's in the street. Is it possible, because is your packaging different for when you're giving them a delivery? It usually comes in a shopping bag, that if they want to buy food for themselves, that they have to eat it in the shop and not take it out on the street. Is there a way that we can control that?
I think that's a good question. I think the answer is no. I'm not quite sure I can say, you there, you're going to have special packaging because we want to monitor how you eat over the others. I think what we can do is we can put it in our terms and conditions and our guides for our third-party delivery services to request that they're not eating in the street, they're not littering, and it can go to the sort of conduct that we expect of third-party delivery partners. And I know there are plenty of conversations that happen between McDonald's and other providers, as well as obviously with the police and third parties. So I can feed that back in, but I think it's very difficult to condition the conduct of independent third parties.
Okay, maybe can we do it as an informative?
Sorry, Chair, may I just add, it is part of our approach to work with our 3POs that when couriers do want to eat in the restaurant, they are more than welcome to do so. That's part of the relationship that we would have with our couriers in making sure that they have the same facilities that we would ultimately offer any other customers. And we've spoken about toilets already as part of those provisions. So we would absolutely be very open and are open to them using the facilities as customers. So as and when they do wish to do that, the restaurant is open to them.
Okay, I mean, we were able to do it with a delivery service on Gloucester Road because there was a big problem with the drivers eating their food behind the stores in a mews. And we had a meeting with them and we got them to stop doing it. So if you can be more proactive without making it a condition, I understand.
Yes, I mean, 100%.
That would be really helpful.
What we can do is, I mean, the first floor is closed, particularly during these hours. So having a space which says, if you want to eat food, you can do so inside. The toilets are upstairs as well. So that would certainly be very much part and parcel of our terms of engagement with them. That can be encouraged and put into place.
Are the councillors happy with that? Yeah, Councillor Wade?
Ma'am,
I
if you
think
wish,
sorry, in the wording of number 9, management staff shall proactively monitor the conduct and behaviour of patrons on the public highway outside the premises. If the majority of the problems, apart from the congregation, are actually in Trebovia Road in that first section, I would ask that that first section of Trebovia Road should be included. Well, it says proactively monitor the conduct and behaviour of patrons, staff, delivery drivers on the public highway outside the premises and take all reasonable steps to ensure that there's no noisy, rowdy or antisocial behaviour. Well, the issue is that if they're parking in Trebovia Road, that's not the frontage, so I'd like clarification as to whether they will do monitoring patrols actually in Trebovia Road.
I think that will come in the courier management plan, to be honest with you.
Mum, no is the simple answer to that because it's round the corner from us and what you're asking us to do is police independent people. So that's quite wrong. It would be disproportionate and an inappropriate condition. And just to your earlier question about an informative, I'm told that when a courier gets an order, part of the text message includes instructions from the premises. And so what we can do is in those instructions, we can say, we have a toilet you can use, and if you want to eat food, you can eat food inside upstairs. So that's sort of an example of how we could put that informative into effect.
That would be very proactive. You can become trendsetters. Okay, I know Councillor Noor.
Going back to number 8.
Right, let him.
Going back to the condition number 8, I raised earlier that on Thursday to Saturday, if the applicant can volunteer more security on those 3 days.
Sorry, could you just...
Yeah.
So at the moment, they've offered a minimum of 1 Monday to Sunday from 2 till 5. You're asking for an extra one Thursday to Saturday.
I think those 3 days, I think it will ease some of the concerns of the resident if we have more security on those days?
Maybe not.
I think that's a request for a condition before 2 a.m. What we've heard from the police is that the situation is manageable. We're neither adding to nor taking away from problems in the area. In fact, we have the potential to be offering a benefit. So the condition remains that, subject to risk assessment, we will have a minimum of 1 if required. What I've already said is that our resources are geared towards providing the SIAs when they are needed. So, for example, match days and so on. Our experience of the 1910s has been that we just don't need them late at night. But what I will do is I've taken away these concerns and we will continue risk assessing them. We will undertake a fresh risk assessment and report back to licensing as to whether or not there needs to be an SIA on Thursday, Friday and Saturday before 2 a.m. After I've said there will be, after 2 a.m, there will be every day of the week.
Yeah, we're asking for an extra one on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sorry, Mike's not.
So, he's asking for an extra one Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so it would be technically 2 in those hours, in the hours we're discussing.
Yes, I've said that on our current risk assessment it's not needed, so that's a disproportionate request, so I'm saying no, but I will go away and Abel has taken note and we will look at whether or not there needs to be a minimum of 2, but that's our current position.
I think one of the concerns and the reason for this request is at the moment you're doing a series of 10s which are largely unadvertised generally, and therefore people might come across you in happenstance. The issue is, as picked up by the chair of the Earls Court Society, is that actually once a place becomes associated with being 24/7, I think that there needs to be some flex in actually coming back on this condition. You're saying you don't need a risk assessment, but you haven't actually been operating during those hours. Once you're associated with being a 24/7, I think that your client group may change, and it could be that then you have because it become a destination location, the additional problems of people coming and slamming doors and everything else. So I think that I would like a question mark on that one.
Can I just clarify? So they've agreed to a minimum of 1 SIA, Monday to Sunday, 2 to 5, but the other 2 conditions, which apply across the board, they will still be able to risk assess whether they need 2 SIA between 2, in addition to the, but that's obviously a risk assessment to have 2 rather than definite to have 1.
Yes, but all right.
Let's say, for example,
they get their license, and then at what point is the risk assessment taken? Because I mean, we know that the use of 10s is not particularly useful because people don't know the venue's open. But actually, at what point do we, as an authority, ask them to come back and say we need a risk assessment?
So, Mum, as I've made clear, our risk assessments, whether it's litter or SIA or staffing levels, is constantly under review in light of changing circumstances. We don't just have 1 SIA. So if I may give a very stark and politically sensitive example, let's imagine that Stamford Bridge were to host a football match between a Palestinian team and an Israeli team. I suspect the police will have a lot to say about that. We would risk assess the need for security as being very high. We would have more than 1 should we choose to be open. Secondly, the question raised by the councillor brings me to a portion of a McDonald's application I always dread, which is the idea that we will become a destination venue. I've been working for McDonald's for a long time, and I can assure you, and I think I've said this in front of Abel before, but he might want to block his ears, there is nothing about a quick service restaurant, whether it's McDonald's, Burger King or KFC, that makes them a destination venue. Nowhere do you get into a scenario where you think, oh, this is exciting. I know where I want to go at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to trek across London to get to the particular Earl's Court McDonald's because it offers something different to somewhere else. It's just not going to happen. So we've never been a destination venue. I don't think we're ever going to be destination venues. And as I say, I'm always a bit embarrassed given how many McDonald's applications I do. But there you go. So that's part of our risk assessment. Also, the nighttime economy, despite the fact you wanting to rejuvenate it, generally has an ever-decreasing number. It peaks typically about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and thereafter it declines. So McDonald's, KFC, the amusement arcade, and so on are going to be competing for an ever-decreasing pool of people because quick service restaurants are not a destination venue. So in effect, the more quick service restaurants you have, you displace and separate an ever-decreasing number, thereby reducing crime and disorder. So it gets less riskier the later it gets, and that's our experience. Also, there's been no SIA on the 10s, and Burger King doesn't require an SIA because the fears of local residents and civil society do not transpire, and indeed the crime and disorder experts have said there's nothing wrong with the condition as proposed. So I commend it to you.
Right, thank you. Right, moving on to number 10, I've just reworded the paragraph that you put in your operating schedule. Are you happy with that?
Yes, and that is on at all times.
Thank you. And just to confirm, number 9 was at all times as well?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Right, number 11, litter patrols. I've just kind of reworded or rehashed your paragraph. The other things that just kind of cropped up, I know we've kind of discussed times, but perhaps we can consider, well, I think we put on an hourly basis, and also perhaps keeping a log, but I think you've mentioned a log's kept anyway. So can I just have your thoughts on that?
So it's not done on an hourly basis. So the premises license shall carry out litter patrols on a regular basis to allow for flexibility within a minimum 100-metre radius. We'd like to work with local residents. So if we need to adjust or move towards certain areas, I want to be able to do that. And other than that, I can agree to it. And we do keep a log. We also keep an updated map and procedures.
A map, did you say?
Yeah, there is a map on site.
Sorry, did you just say 3 times throughout the day?
The minimum is 3 times a day, and so we are also quite reactive. So there tends to be something around sun-up. There tends to be, depending on the need of the area, something around 11 o'clock. There tends to be something after lunch, potentially something after tea time, certainly something after the early evening, post-school early dinner rush, so between 6:30 and 7. And then there tends to be something around sunset, but just later. Anything later than that has to be risk assessed, and it has to go through insurance and health and safety, because you can't send people out into the street on that. So what I tend to ask is for regular risk assessments, a minimum amount and a minimum area, so that we can respond to particular needs and a health and safety assessment. So, for example, if it's stormy, if it's rainy, it has an impact on when people go out.
From the times that you just mentioned, can't you say a minimum of 5 times a day?
Yes.
Okay, I think we would prefer that. You can't do that. It's 300 feet. You can't do that.
Can I ask for Trebevia Road, Hogarth Road and Earls Court Gardens, because that Hogarth Road's got a number of hotels, so people walk along there and then they drop their waste. So I would ask for those 3 specific streets to be considered.
That's
But
quite
that's,
a wide
that's
ambit.
too wide, Linda. It's not workable. I mean, it's a different side of the street. I get your point, but it's a whole different side of the street, and it's much further down. I don't see how, in practical terms, we can do that.
All right, can we say that going down to the Filipino supermarket where the kiosk is on Hogarth Road, the reason for that being is there are about 3 or 4 hotels in that street, and they buy stuff, cross the road, finish their meal, and then we don't have enough waste disposal, so they just leave it on top of waste. And
That's
I think
basically
any
micromanaging.
condition
No,
needs
I
to
don't see
be
us we could do it.
appropriate and proportionate.
No,
I don't
I
know if
get
the
your
applicant's got any
point.
comments on
I
that, but
just
it
don't
seems
think
a
we
bit
could do it.
above and beyond.
But it's also across Earls Court Road. It's too far. It would be like going to Erdley Crescent.
No, it would not. It would not.
But he has lots of rubbish over there.
You've got Earls Court Road, and you have 3 main residential streets going off. You've got Trabovia Road.
Put the mic on, please.
You've got Trabovia Road, and then opposite, and it's not 100 metres, you would have Hogarth Road. All right, Earls Court Gardens is a bit further, but we know that the waste is there, and we know that it's dropped.
I think that's micromanaging. The committee feels that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, unless the applicant's got anything to say about that, but
It's
obviously the
100
committee can make a
metres.
decision on.
Can I say this? What I'm going to propose is we're going to update our litter map and our litter guidance to our litter pick. And what we're going to do, though I'm not offering this as a condition, but it will be part of our litter management pick, is that our litter person, a minimum of twice a day, will go down Kenway Road until about number 12. We will go down Hogarth Road. There is a kink in the road. I think that's... Well, there you go. So there's... I'm not quite sure how to put kink in the road, but we'll go to the kink in the road. And on Earls Court Road, we'll go as far as Simmons. I've got something that says Simmons here. Is that a bar or a...
Councillor Durian would like to contribute.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking back to the wording, we are talking about, we welcome what the applicant is saying, a 100-metre radius. So a radius does imply across the road as well, given that location. So if we are keeping that wording, and I would suggest that we do, then it does make sense, therefore, to look at some of the streets that Councillor Wade has alluded to. I think if they are going to refer to them directly, I think my preference would be that they were either directly or indirectly linked to the condition in some form. Otherwise, they are unenforceable.
Mum, the councillor's quite correct. I mean, I'm trying to guesstimate 100 metres and then go a little bit further than that, which is what this is doing. This is why I say there needs to be flexibility. The other thing that I would do, so I've marked those up, and so they will be updated on our litter pick map, which is kept in the store and in our policy. And I'd invite the local councillors to engage with us. They both now have the direct email for the director of SMASH, so there should hopefully be no issue about getting through to the right person that can make those decisions. They won't need to go to the store. You know, they have all his contact details, so you have that there. So it will cover those areas, which I hope is satisfactory.
And I can document what you've said in the full decision, which will come out as well. So it'll be like an audit trail, so to speak. Right, moving on to number 12. This is about holding and organising meetings with residents every 6 months with local ward councillors and residents' associations. I haven't made any changes to the condition. It's a standard condition we usually apply to licences. Does anybody have any comments on that?
I think it should be the Earls Court Society. It should be Nevern Square Conservation Area.
Hang on, slow
It
down,
should
slow down.
be the
Earls Court,
Slow down,
slow down.
let's-
I've got to write it down. Earls Court Society, Nevern.
Nevern Square Conservation Area,
Yep.
RA. It should be Earls Court Village and Earls Court Gardens and Morton Mews.
Does Eardley Crescent want to be in? So what is the name of your residents' association?
Eardley Crescent Residents Association. So we are a delivery cut-through, and we are the commuter cut-through between Zone 1 and Zone 2. So any of those McDonald's, and because you do have your cups are very noticeable, they just get deposited there, okay? And they get picked up by our thing, and we don't send photographs of them. But it'd be really great, because what I'm finding from this meeting is that we just don't have the ability to get that evidence in, and those people will get the photographs, they'll get them on WhatsApp, and if we can talk to one another, we can show you those photographs. And then we can show photographs of the delivery drivers coming the wrong way down the Crescent, which is
That makes sense. It makes sense.
One of the problems we have with this condition is that we often don't have the contact details for the relevant residents' associations. Could I ask that the condition is amended so that perhaps the ward councillors will supply and maintain an up-to-date list of contact details? Because very often they won't engage with us. But Councillor Wade, if you could provide us with the list, whether that's 3 residents' associations or 30 residents' associations, at least we have an up-to-date list that's provided by the ward councillors, who are the ones responsible for that liaising, and then we can work out who to send the email to, send the invite to, and give everyone details of the time and place. That would be very helpful.
That's a good idea. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
May I speak on?
Okay, and it's
Yes.
also on the council website.
I think there's a list on the council website of all the
On
current
this.
RAs.
So thank you, ma'am. Well, I might hesitate to say I agree with the applicant. I think it may well be wise not to have an exhaustive list of all the individual RAs named, given that there are quite a few of them, many who are not directly represented in this action, who may well wish to attend a future meeting. So I think the current general wording, I think, with the ward councillors, whoever they are at the time taking the lead, is probably sufficient.
So not name specific, not name the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 RAs that Councillor Ward.
There are many more, I think, who may well want to attend future meetings. So I think the current wording is sufficient.
Councillor Wade? You okay with that? Okay.
I'll liaise with Hamish.
Right, thank you. And that's condition applies at all times, Mr. Sharon Balidi, thank you. Number 13 is pretty much a standard condition.
No, don't interrupt.
All times.
If, apologies, if I may, from the police perspective, sorry. Just in terms of that, obviously you'd be more than welcome to join our ward panel meeting, which obviously generally encompasses quite a large array of residents' associations as well. So maybe I appreciate stretching your time across 5 or 6. It might be easier to streamline in terms of the ward panel for Earls Court, which obviously we sit in on as well. So we don't tend to attend all the residents' associations because there's just too many. But the ward panel is our singular point of contact, which would be most welcome on board.
I'm tempted to chastise you for not going to these meetings, but part of Avril's job, so our area manager, is to attend these meetings. So very happy to exchange those details, and you can invite us along. Thank you.
Thank you. What do we get up
And
to?
I think 13, 14, 15 and 16 are standard, or I know we're not supposed to say standard, but we have no objection to them, nor do we have any objection to them applying irrespective of the outcome.
So, okay, 13 to 16 you're happy with and they apply across the board, okay. Number 17, I've just slightly tweaked it to our preferred wording. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 18, I think that obviously that kind of will coexist alongside your
Yes.
career management plan if it's something you've offered?
Yeah, we have the management plan, we have the third-party engagement. We are not opposed to these goals and objectives because we agree with them.
Okay, thank you. Number 20.
So, yes, in principle, but I have a slight question mark. So one is, in some parts of we get issues with whether we can use a jet wash because highways get upset because it's potentially a nuisance. Equally the same with degreasing solution. So yeah, because it's a public highway. For example, if it's cold and we tend to do the pavements in the morning, normally when the store opens, so sometime between 4 to 5:30. Now, if we'd done that this morning or yesterday morning, it would have meant that the pavement would have become icy, and so there's a potential for slippage, and we need gritting there.
Where appropriate?
Yeah, I think if we add where appropriate, then we can keep it risk assessed. And we can also take guidance from highways and your own street cleaning services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wade? That applies across the board, that condition and all one. Okay, thank you. Right, number 21.
No issues with 21.
Thank you. Number 22.
Just to amend the hours to 0500 hours, because I've found out the council collect, currently we leave our waste out by about 3 a.m. and the council come out sometime around 5 a.m. or so. So if this licence is granted, we would then be able to leave our waste out around 4:30, 5 o'clock, closer to the delivery slot.
So leaving between 2300 and 0500,
Yeah.
05 o'clock, okay, instead of 07, okay. Okay, that reduces the
mean,
window.
it comes
So,
back
yeah,
to-
so hang on,
it
shall
comes
not be deposited
back to the
outside.
method that-
Just bear with me, Councillor Wade, sorry. You've reduced the slot by putting it to 5, haven't you?
Hang on, sorry, I'm just having grammar discussions, sorry.
One sec, I'm just moving a sec.
Apologies for that. On the current schedule, they come at 5 or after 5. So if the licence were to be granted, we could put the waste out at 5 and then we would meet our delivery window. If the licence were not to be granted, we can't agree to that condition because it means we'd be storing waste inside.
What time do you open at the moment?
5.
5. So could we keep in between 23 and 07 anyway, with my wording? Would that not?
No, because that wouldn't work because we'd have to get it out at 5.
Oh, okay. So what are you suggesting instead then?
If the licence is granted, that works. If it isn't granted, it doesn't work because we have to put it out at the last opportunity when the staff are leaving at night. So it will go out earlier if the licence is not granted. I've lost you, Lindsay.
Yes, you have. Hang on. Rubbish shall not be deposited. Okay, between 11. Okay, shall not be deposited. Yeah. Okay, fine. So, but you're saying that obviously, if you're not 24/7, if you don't get the grant, then basically because you close, you won't be able to kind of fit in with those times. Okay, fine. Okay, so Councillor Wade.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Put your mic on, please.
Is the fact that the waste is not presented in an appropriate way. It's not double bagged, and therefore we have leakage of oils and liquids. I would ask if we were minded to grant that they had to keep their waste on site until the collection, because that would mean that you
Is that not the previous
pavement
condition?
would be clear.
Is that not the previous condition?
Sorry?
Is that not the previous condition? Waste will be presented no more than 30 minutes prior to allocated.
No, but it says 30 minutes prior to allocation, allocated waste collection time. What I'm asking for is if you're minded to grant that if they're open, that the waste can remain within the business until such time as the vehicle arrives, given the fact that the pavement is very narrow.
If I'm not mistaken, what is the council rule on the rubbish collection? It can only be put out a half an hour before, right?
Yes, I think the guidelines we work with our contractor is half an hour before. It has to be in a bin. It's not in bags. So we're following the instructions from essentially another third-party provider. So very similar to the delivery drivers, in fact, though this time the person you're angry with is the council. So these two conditions reflect that practice. If it were to change, we'd need to come to you in order to get fresh conditions. And in any event, this is governed by separate legislation, so how you deal with waste, how it's disposed of, the type of the waste and the timings is all covered by alternative regimes. So I'd submit that this is more than sufficient, and other aspects of regulation deal with that.
And I also understand Councillor Wade is concerned about leakage. So you're using bins to counteract that? Okay.
But maybe the bins leak.
Well, maybe pigs fly.
Okay, thank you.
The bins aren't leaking, are they?
No.
Right, moving on to number 23. This is deliveries to the premises, which is what Councillor Durham was talking about. Deliveries shall not take place between 23 and 07. Is there an issue with that?
Yes, that's manageable one, because as you've seen, there's a loading and unloading bay which allows for deliveries or bikes or whomever that's part of the loading and unloading process.
So, sorry, are you happy with that condition or not? Sorry.
Yes.
You're
yes.
happy, okay. And that's at all times, okay. Right, moving on to 24 and 25. These are the conditions that you have agreed with environmental health. I've just slightly tweaked the wording, so it's more in accordance with our standing condition. Are you okay with that?
Yes. I just think there's a bit of confusion around the word courier, and I don't know whether it should be third-party delivery services, just to sort of clarify that's what this condition is geared towards, because courier has a very...
So you're changing the name of courier management plan?
I think to third-party delivery services plan. Whatever's easier, I just want to make sure that we all understand that that means third-party deliveries. So maybe we could put in brackets, third-party delivery services.
Or for the avoidance of doubt, something like that.
Something like that,
okay,
yes.
Then. Okay. Right. Number 26. I think you already said that you'd allow them to use their toilets, your toilets anyway. Yes. That's fine. Right, I've kind of tried to list some of the other issues raised by the objectors, which I think we pretty much covered, to be fair, about deliveries, security, litter, residents' meetings, and music. So I don't think... Is there anything else that has cropped up which we need to discuss as a condition?
It's the condition that I was suggesting. From 0200 hours to 0500 hours daily, there shall be no use of third-party delivery drivers for the sale and supply of any food and beverage products from the premises. So I've added that because that covers McFlurries.
Sorry, can you just say that again slowly? It's from 02 to 05 daily, no use of third-party delivery.
There shall be no use of third-party delivery drivers for the sale and supply of any food and beverage products from the premises.
Sale and supply of food and beverage products from the premises.
Yeah. So that covers late-night refreshment and refreshments that wouldn't be late-night refreshments.
Okay, and obviously you've agreed the security condition about minimum of one security between 2 and 5 each day of the week. NSIA. Are there any other conditions that anybody, Councillor Durian?
Sorry, on this point about the restriction of deliveries between 2 to 5 a.m., how sound, I suppose, in the legal sense, is that? As I was arguing earlier, and perhaps I grant we cannot roll it back to an earlier time like I was suggesting, but would it not be more sound simply to say that there will be no takeout past 2
Well,
a.m.?
they've said that they still want customers to be able to walk in and be able to take takeouts, but they're saying that they're not going to have like delivery drivers, courier delivery
I hear
drivers.
what they're saying. The,
Yeah.
the question, I suppose, is how enforceable and meaningful is that? And again, I would argue to the committee that you should be more sound than that, and we should simply limit all takeouts, because there's no real way you can actually distinguish between somebody collecting something on behalf of someone else or someone popping in for an actual takeaway. Surely it would be much more clear-cut.
Aren't
to
these
say-
delivery drivers, isn't the nuisance associated with the delivery drivers, like the noise from the bikes, which is probably why that they have
And they
suggested
turn off,
that as a condition?
excuse me for interrupting, but they turn off the app.
My question is that they'll be fine. My question to the committee and to the legal officer is how legally sound is such a condition that has been proposed?
I think it's pretty clear the parameters of the condition, and obviously if there have been any breaches, then photographs of people going into McDonald's with their delivery uniforms on, I think it would be pretty clear to take action for a breach.
Yes, okay, so you have experience in either this authority or elsewhere?
Well, I'm not a licensing enforcement officer. Obviously, you can speak to perhaps licensing enforcement. I mean, as to how they would perceive any breach, perhaps that's best if Mr. Davis jumps in.
Thank you.
Happy to confirm that if we had evidence of uniformed Deliveroo, etc. drivers, that would be a clear breach. So yes, happy that the condition is enforceable.
And Mom, you've probably heard earlier Abel refer to 3POs, third-party operators. There is a very specific contractual and practical arrangement between third-party drivers, which is why I've used that expression, because it covers those third parties that act as an intermediary between you at home or you in your Uber ordering through the third-party platform that then gets sent to McDonald's, that then goes to the third-party delivery person to take it home. Whereas you could be at home and you could ask a friend or a neighbour to go to McDonald's for you and pick up a McDonald's and bring it to you, or you could be with some friends at home and decide, let's go get some burgers and bring them home. And of course those people could do that. They would not be third-party delivery drivers or operators in that sense. So it does have a very clear legal meaning within certainly the contracts and the practical operations of restaurants.
And how would we classify, that goes to your question and to your point, how would we classify if someone sends their personal driver or personal chauffeur to pick up food?
Well, I've never had to think about that. I would love to live in a world where I sent my personal driver to the local
We
McDonald's.
do have it, though.
I know, that sounds really good. You know what, I suspect, and this may be very inappropriate, but yeah, if you have a personal driver and you send them to collect McDonald's, they're probably not a third-party operator because they are directly employed by you personally. So
Okay.
as a matter of law, they're probably your agent, so they wouldn't fall within the within that restriction. And good luck to whoever has a personal driver that can get Mickey D's delivered to them at home.
We have residents who send a private jet to New York to
Well,
pick up coffees.
Fair enough. I would be loath, even in this corner of the globe, to impose a condition on that distinguished gentleman, because I don't want to find myself named on Truth social media, so I tread very carefully.
Okay.
And just out of interest, I mean, if you're going to turn off the app for delivery drivers between 2 and 5, members of the public, they won't be able to order online between 2 and 5. They have to physically come in themselves. They wouldn't be able to phone it through or place an online order. So they
members of
wouldn't
the public can use their app, so they can't use a delivery driver, so you can use your app as long as you live close enough and say, I want whatever I want, and then you sort of get out of your slippers into your trainers and run round to your local store, which is why I said earlier when asked who would go, it would have to be sort of local people, because it just makes no sense otherwise.
Okay. I wasn't saying that that's our usual resident, but it has occurred. It's probably 1 out of 50,000 or 200,000, but it has occurred, and I wanted to make sure this is, if we pass it, that this is airtight, so there's no shades of gray, as Councillor Adurian mentioned. Okay. So, do our licensing officers have anything to add?
Nothing further, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Governance?
Yeah, nothing further, thank you.
Okay. We've reached the end of this meeting. I thank everyone. I thank the committee. I thank our legal. I thank our officers. I thank all of you for coming and spending the day with us and really putting in your input. It was very, very helpful. The committee now has all the information needed, and we will retire to make our decision in private session. We will not announce the decision today. Instead, the hearing will be closed. A summary determination will be sent to the parties within 5 working days of today's hearing, and a full decision will follow as soon as possible thereafter. The time limit for appealing the decision will not commence until the full decision has been sent to the parties. Thank you all for attending. The hearing is now closed. Thank you, committee.